Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Make some noise, man. Come on. Let's go. Yeah. I'm going to talk to you. Look. Hey. I'm so west side, I do a hit on a tweaker bike. Pops was a plumber, you know I gotta keep a pipe. I do a murder in my auntie van. Yeah, you the type to let the cannon jam. Look, 32 Goonies say that shit too proud. It's gonna be the first time you get thrown in the crowd. I'm from a neighborhood where you get hurt for a smile. And blood be life when he took it to trial. Love to see this boy laughing, thinking that it can't happen. Young black and ranch can turn to a quick ransom. You thought I like rapping? I'm passionate with torture. New stop doing stories on me. Ask the last reporter. Won't do no interview unless we sit it with my lawyer. You know I'm Mexican, be cleaning shit up with that blower. Pull up bass chopping. It's not a lawnmower. Why your baby mama acting like I know her? Who that bitch love? I'm the big blood, rock with a G. Your OG got some work, he got it from me. You can't tell me about no money getting shot in the street, cause your ass looking like you really touched police. Look, take a ride with a Mexican. Yeah, they built the wall, but they let us in. Look, real member, I'll be rolling with the vatos. I could get your ass dropped while you ordering some tacos. Who the one? I'm in front of you. Look, I got work, but I ain't in front of you. Look, and understand it, doggy, rapping ain't for everybody. Get that boy mouth, but shit, we clean up after everybody.
Viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
All right, family, here we go. To all wobbles.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
To Curimel.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
To BHI Christmas Christians. Y'all are soft and weak. Anyways, love to all my people, my gente. I appreciate you guys like kind of like chiming in today. I know I was gonna say next week, but you know, I do that shit sometimes. Like, you know, the spirit moves me and I'm like, I have to do it now. So that being said, the hymns of the Hebrews, our records have been unsealed. I hope you guys can appreciate that. I got something interesting to show y'all. I showed this book to you guys yesterday, but I want to get to it again. This is the book called Anacalypsis. Hold on. Anacalypsis. Gosh, Anacalypsis, Volume 2, page, I believe, 35. And this is what I'm going to show you guys, fam. Who's here? Oh, what up, brother? Sorry, man. My bad. Good to have you here. So, I'm going to read this to you. I think this is important. Whether gente likes it or not, bro, I don't give a shit no more. Honestly, I guess in a way I did. Like, you know, I guess in a way I did care about what people thought about in regards to like what I was teaching. Not necessarily like, oh, you're going to change the way I think. Not like that. Like I cared for my people and I shared what I know because I cared for my people, right? Like I said before, there used to be people that used to watch this channel like a lot more. But once I insulted their little Christian doctrine and shit, which is what they are really believing in secret, you know, you don't see that as many. I don't know, man. You know, I talked to a brother earlier today, and I'm like, hey, man, I even sometimes wonder, bro, like, does it even matter at this point? You have all these other nations dying to be you, wishing to have your heritage. And you think that they envy you because of your fucking feathers or your tortillas or the way you look or your beliefs, like Native American beliefs, indigenous beliefs, you know, like going around burning shit and putting smoke all over your body and curing you with like, you know what I'm saying? That kind of shit, right? Like you think they want to steal that from you. They don't care about that at all. They care about this connection right here. This is why you have African or so-called African Americans, predominantly from West Africa, right? Because you don't see that in South America or Central for the most part. So we're talking about West Africans here, predominantly of the tribe of Canaan. You get what I mean? And there's still 3 branches out of that shit. So, you know, we can go further into that. But for the most part, just say Canaanites. They're the ones that are very interested in like licking their chops at the opportunity to be these people. Why? Let's read. We everywhere meet with the Mexican divine names ending in title, like tle, as teotli, that is Dio or God, is that it has been observed by Lord Kingsborough as well as by almost all the Spanish authors, excuse me, that the Mexican language is so full of Hebrew words as to be almost Hebrew. You see, but the thing is, unfortunately, you so-called Hispanics, this doesn't matter to you unless there's like this religious belief behind it or troll tribe chart concept. You claim that you want to be like one people with everybody, right? But you don't really like that, fam. You're in secret, you're separate from other nations because you want to marry into your own people. Like that's what you guys are about. But see, when I show facts or when I show something, matter of fact, a lot of you natives are probably Christians, more likely, not Catholic, not Protestants, more likely Christian Catholics. And yet I share this with you, and you don't want that. This is pretty sad, to be honest with you here, fam. It says here, we have seen the God everywhere crucified and suspended from the cross. We have found the sacred animal, the llama or sheep. We have found the mythos of crucified Savior. We have found everything that at last to center in the sun. The word "li" is confessed to not to be misunderstood by the Mexicans nor by the Spaniards who call it for that reason merely as merely a termination. All these matters consider, I think it may be the same word as, he's talking about. This is this assumption, right? So, there's a lot of information here that you can continue reading, but I want to take you through a particular section that I think it's going to be extremely important to you. Because it's all about the similarities. Let's start off on the bottom here. Number 15, volume 6, page 79. The Mexican courts are shown to have exactly the same number of judges as those of the Jews. That the sacred numbers were exactly the same. That both nations kept fast for exactly the same number of days. But you see, you don't care about that, do you, so-called Mexicans? Do you, so-called Native Americans? Do you, so-called indigenous people? Does this not matter to you? Would you prefer that I was a black man or a white man to give you this message? Would that make more sense to you? Because apparently you don't like to hear raza tell you this shit. I'm giving you gold mine quality knowledge, and you prefer Colomiados bullshit. Nate the Snake assumptions. Christmas Christians on December 25th. That seems to be more of a fit for you, huh? It's like you hate, but at the same time you love these people. The Mexican courts are shown to have exactly the same number of judges as those of the Jews. Their sacred numbers were exactly the same. That both nations kept fast for exactly the same numbers. Lord Kingsborough says the common law of the state of Europe has been confessedly modeled after the Mosaic law. True, but here's my point. Here on the bottom it says, Lord Kingsborough says the affinity between the Mexicans. Listen to this real quick. Just if there's ever going to be a moment that you're going to listen, shut the fuck up and listen to this for once. Look what it says about you people. Lord Kingsborough says the affinity between the Mexicans and the Hebrew law is greater than between the latter and those of any nation with which we are acquainted. Do you understand what it says? It says that undeniably, without a doubt, as a matter of fact, the similarity between the Mexicans and the Hebrew law in this regard right here that I'm about to read to you is of no one else can compare to it. So what is it exactly? Okay. It says they circumcised with a stone knife, the use of which was expressly ordered. Now, if you see this, it is remarkable that the circumcision of the Jews should have been performed with a knife made of stone, which is emphatically noticed in the Bible. See that number? Number 1. Let me take you down here real quick. And it says Exodus 4:25. So if we go to, let's say I had you in Joshua, but we'll go to Exodus. Exodus 4:25 says exactly this. It says, then Zipporah took a sharp stone and cut off the foreskin of her son. Right? Now, if you consider, let's go back here. Here it says at the time, Joshua 5:2, at that time the Lord said unto Joshua, make thee sharp knives and circumcise again the children of Israel. Now watch. I'm going to give you a more of a clear understanding of this. Here I click here, or I can click here, or I can click here, right? But if I click on each verse, it gives me something, sometimes either a cross-reference Bible or an explanation. And it says here, sharp knives of flint or knives of flint. Before the use of iron was common, all the nations of the earth had their edge tools made of stones, flints, etc. That's funny. As you can see that, I even wrote it down here. Why does this not matter to you guys, man? Does this not matter at all? Let me explain something to you of what of who you're dealing with. I read this to you yesterday. The meaning of narcissist. I'm sorry, I read this to you yesterday. Sorry, the sociopath. What is the meaning of it? Who are these people? Antisocial, impulsive, manipulative. Right? They are aggressive. They're manipulative. They're deceiving, and they have no empathy. But what is a narcissist? A narcissistic personality disorder is a mental condition in which people have an unreasonable high sense of their own importance. You see? What do we hear? What do we always hear about? Who speaks this way, fam? It ain't just one nation. They have a high sense of their own importance. They need and seek too much attention and want people to admire them. People with this disorder lack the ability to understand or care about the feelings of others. This is practically the people that came since 1492. See, I show you this information because I think it should matter to you. I want you to know that Christianity has never taught you anything but so-called equality, right? Supposedly. They've always said we're all one people. We all should love each other. We're all this, we're all that. Well, we shouldn't differentiate from nationalities. But yet, for some fucking reason, Christianity makes a fucking huge difference between nationalities. Whether you like it or not, those are facts. Those are facts. You should see how they treat our people in these churches. You know, that's why
I did it on purpose.
When I was first trying to get back in this whole God thing, right? So to speak. You know, I just told her, just go to my mom's church. And she tried, man. And the way that they talk to our people, like the way that they look down upon our gente with this, like, you guys are stupid type of shit. Like, seriously, they do that in church too. And you guys that are Catholics or Christians or came from that shit, if you paid attention, specifically in Spanish-speaking churches, they're very condescending. ¿A poco no sabes? ¿A poco no sabes? ¿Cómo que se te olvidó? You know, it's like a very condescending tone, like as if you must be fucking stupid if you don't know that. And like, for example, this type of situation here, that's exactly what we're just reading right now. That's a narcissist. A high sense of importance of themselves, wants too much attention, right? On top of the fact, sociopath, impulsive, manipulative, aggressive, lack of empathy. I mean, who else would do this?
What can you do about it? It's just a little food waste.
I know the top one is AI, fam. You know what I'm saying? I'm not stupid, but the bottom one is real.
This city worker showed no remorse in court, even though she's facing 3 criminal charges: intentional property damage, food contamination, and abuse of authority. City officials are not allowed to pour bleach into a street vendor's food, even if the vendor doesn't have a permit. Bleach is toxic. Bleach is dangerous. Pouring it into someone's food is not enforcement. It's a crime. Yet she did it on camera, dumping an entire bottle of Clorox into a pot of food. No inspection, no conversation, no warning. Just that arrogant attitude of, I can do whatever I want. The street vendor was simply trying to make a living. His day's worth of ingredients, labor, and hope was destroyed in seconds. When the chemical hit the food, it sizzled and turned white. The vendor stood there in shock while she walked away as if she had just finished routine work. It wasn't until the police arrested her, charging her with vandalism, food tampering, and more, that she finally realized the seriousness of what she had done. This city worker now faces termination, jail time, and $2,000 in restitution to the vendor. What do you think about this incident? Share your thoughts in the comments.
Yeah, I did it on purpose. What can you do about it? It's just a little food wasted.
This city worker showed no remorse in court, even though she's facing 3 criminal charges: intentional property damage, food contamination, and abuse of authority. City officials...
I ran to the bathroom. My bad. But as you can see, narcissistic people, sociopathic ones too. They don't care for you and I. You know, I believe that maybe some of you guys are probably like, you're too negative, man. You always talk about the negative stuff. How come you don't ever talk about good stuff? Okay. Go to a club then. Get distracted over there.
Now that
Because this is really happening. And this is happening to you guys too. The so-called Native Americans. Because I got some videos to show you. They're taking your shit. They're coming after you too. But no, you don't want to believe in the government. I asked you for explanations of things. You can't answer me.
the great noticing is starting to happen, what you're going to see, and it doesn't take a genius to predict this, is a narcissistic rage fit from the ones who have been orchestrating in the background for centuries, thousands of years, probably millions. There have been multiple videos going around saying that there's a huge narcissistic outrage, hissy fit, temper tantrum that is going on planet Earth right now. And spiritually, we can all feel this because things are just getting too exposed too quickly. And if you study narcissism, and by the way, I think true narcissistic personality disorder is kind of like a fallen angelic trait. Like, they all operate through textbook behavior. Like, it's a little creepy. Like, how can you say that that's not engineered? But anyway, if you study narcissism, when they get found out, they scream the loudest. They don't care that you found out anymore. They're tired of hiding it because now they're throwing a narcissistic hissy fit. Any of you guys who have been involved with narcissists know that once you find them out, they will go berserk. They will no longer hide who they are anymore because they've been found out. Look at what's happening in the world scene right now. People are finding out too much. Kind-hearted people who have been giving the benefit of the doubt to these half-humans. Literally, I say half-humans because they have no empathy. Humanity is empathy. This is why we say, where's your humanity? Like a cornered animal that's about to get captured. What does a cornered animal do when they're panicked? Because they're being cornered. They lash out the hardest. That is their last attempt. So what you're seeing is not only the extreme polarization, because now the poles are swinging to opposite extremes, it's them losing their minds.
Now, she gets into some astrological shit later on, but so far she's making good sense. And we see the extremism of these other nations, especially these that are trying to steal their heritage. Right?
And as spiritual people, I've been saying this for a while, when the new age comes, which is about to be...
And that's where she gets into that whole horoscope shit. But again, it's kind of like, why are we here in the first place, family? Seriously. Why are we here? What's the point? Is there a purpose? Is there meaning? Are we supposed to learn something? This is AMLO, the ex-president of Mexico. He wrote this book. And in this book, he wrote this thing right here. And it's in Spanish. So it's la herencia cultural. Sociopaths, narcissists don't think about nobody else but themselves. Understand? They don't think about nobody else but themselves. There's a book that my wife had told me about a while ago, and I've shared this with you guys before. And it was called it's called Occupied America. Right? And in this book called Occupied America, it talks about how our people when the Spaniards came, the first thing they did is they got rid of the communalism. I'll give an example of what I meant by that. We'll come back to this page. As you can see, there's this word called communalism. I think this is, well, I honestly was looking for a different page, but I do recall reading this together with that other book. I'll try to see if I can get it. But here's the point. And thus it is no more nor less than a sin against man to tell the Indian that his communalism, his restored cooperative social order, which is social order, is communism. You see, in the book called Occupied America, it talks about how the Spaniards understood that we had a communal concept. We all cooperated, right? We all understood that we were part of an ecosystem. Which reminds me. And maybe this is why the Most High told me to upload this. So I actually built this aquarium pen. This is what I currently have, right? 125 gallon tank. Now, it takes time to get to this point. Like, I built this whole thing. Okay, this 125 gallon tank here was all scratched up. So I had to polish it and make it all like as less scratch visible as possible. I also built this table here. I needed to make sure that I had the right measurements and that I had the right weight, like to say, support. Like each 4x4, 2x4 handles, I think, like 600 to 800 pounds. So I had to carry at least 6 to 8 tons of weight. So I had to multiply, yada, 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 right? I didn't go to no school for that sense. I'm not a carpenter. Like, I don't do this for a living. I also did the filtration. I also did the plumbing. And I needed to make sure that I found the right plumbing, the right flow at the right speed with certain things that will slow or speed on the process. I also put this together, which is what they call a refugium here. It's part of the ecosystem. It's what we all are. So you need at least 5 to 7 hours per day on a refugium. There's like this type of like miracle mineral dirt here. This is like an algae type of plant. I'm not good with names, but I know how they work. The concept was to have the water flow down, overflow up, go down again, and then overflow low. Here, there's a protein skimmer, and it picks up all the microorganisms, so to speak, all the algae that you don't catch, right? And then we see the pump going back up. So this concept is the same ecosystem that we live by. And maybe, I don't know. I uploaded this for a moment, and then it just came to mind what I'm talking about now. And technically, there's a whole system here going on. You have a, so to speak, a watch goby, a pistol shrimp. What the watch goby does is he turns the sand over all day, every day. He has this way of chewing the sand. No, he doesn't chew it. He eats the sand, swallows it, processes it through his gills, I guess, some concept, right? And he's looking for organisms, micro. So everything's in its element. And again, I didn't go to school for this, fam. I like this. It was a so-called hobby. I did all of this here. All of this you see, I didn't buy none of it. I made all of it. And I did all the plumbing, piping, electrical, everything that you see here, I put it all together. Right? So we have it in our spirit to create this type of environment. Like for example, when I look at this, is like, why do I care? I care for their well-being. I care for them to, eat well and enjoy themselves. And each one has a concept. Like the goby has a job, and the tangs have a job, and the angels have a job. You know what I'm saying? So I made sure that everything works, that it's cooperative. And thus it is no more nor less than a sin against man to tell the Indian that his communalism, his restored cooperative social order, which is social order, is communism. The denial of private ownership and atheism. You see this? The two concepts have no relations except through the false syllogisms, I guess, of universality and exclusivism to support the divine right claim. I don't remember where I got this page from, and I know I have the book because obviously that's my finger and shit. You know what I'm saying? But I remember reading this, how they take communalism and call it communism. Communism is not our way, nor our path. Look, I looked up Mexican here, right? And you can see this stuff everywhere in this book. Page 39. It says the Mexicans in their story or histories are already stated, say that they arrived at this present country from the West. They always persist most strenuously that it was from the West they came. And they describe towns on the coast where they remained for many years, and their progress to their present situation, the ruins of which they assert are yet to be seen. From the West. Interesting. Lord Kingsborough has gone to enormous lengths in proving that the Mexican rites, ceremonies were almost precisely the same as those Jews. And that they must consequently have been brought by we already know that we didn't bring us. We came here. We possessed what we believe to be the knowledge of the Jewish rites, history, etc., whatever, etc., in Syria. Keep in mind that's where my DNA actually shows up at. But this is not the way things are known by the Americans. Sorry, I'm eating something. All the things said to have taken place in Western Syria, both with the Jews and Christians, are said to have been acted in America. In the case, in a great measure, is the same in India and in China. Look, when they use the term Mongol, it's as an insult, not as an identity. They know what it means. It's like saying, it's like identifying black people as, those nappy people. Those nappy people, right? It's like that. It's just like that. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not an identity. It's just an insult. Oh, you're Mongolians. They don't mean it as an identity. So don't fall for it. We know that our similarities to these nations from those areas have much more commonality than anyone else. Whether you guys want to admit it or not, well, I don't give a shit. It don't matter to me anymore at this point. I mean, it doesn't even matter. You don't believe me anyways. But the sirve, way. You know what I'm saying? 48 times we find this word here. Mexicans. It says All Saints Day or something, All Souls. This festival is also kept by the Mexicans. So if we go up in the first in this page, maybe we'll find the number one and we'll determine what are they talking about. Let's see. Okay, there it goes. This festival is yet annually celebrated by the Buddhists of Tibet, by the Baptists of Rome, and has yet its service and day in the calendar of the Protestant Church of England. What day? The 2nd of November. Dia Muertis, I guess, the Day of the Dead. Is that what I'm getting? Let's see it. It says here on page 155, here, let me go back. Yeah, I'll say here. For entreating of the Mexican language, notwithstanding the close affinity between the Hebrew and the Mexican, which, in defiance of monks and priests, have been so clearly proved, he never notices it. He acts in nearly the same manner with regards to the Irish alphabet and says, de grande historia and blah, 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 blah. People, they read it, they see it, they just have a hard time embracing it. Like Wisdom of Solomon, 1:5. They can't imagine you guys being the people. There's no way. Not at all. Can't be. Of course not. They're the people. You heard Nicky, Tricky, Butt Plug Fuentes say that shit too. All the Protestants believe that. They think they're the Hebrews, by the way. That's why they call this a promised land. I want you to get this book and really dissect exactly what I'm showing to you. The difference between the Mexican and the Egyptian hieroglyphics is this. The former are meant to be public. The latter are meant to be secret to all but the initiated. What they say. But again, the question is, do these people, these wobbles, these West Africans claiming to be Native Americans, do they really want to be you because of your food or your conversations or the way you live or your hair, the way you look, or you know what I'm saying? Like your names. You know, they don't give a shit about that. They care about this here. Because they know that the people here resemble the Hebrews, the lost Hebrews, the Israelites that the Creator is coming back to get. I find it so funny because even in your own, prophetic beliefs of the Hopis, you believe that your gods are going to come back and restore shit. So yet you don't talk about that like that, do you? That's ignored. Of course it's ignored. Because it's not convenient. I don't know why this is so difficult for y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? It's not that difficult, fam. I mean, think about it. Look, listen to this. Hey, by the way, I'm not going to go long tonight. I'm just going to show you guys some basic stuff and then I'm out. Like, I'm 39 minutes in. I'll probably be done soon.
In this area, looking at his quote unquote private collection of artifacts, right? And they're discussing these artifacts. You got Ivan right there, if you can see from a distance. Ivan's from a distance too. So like I said, I'm gonna try to stop this video because I don't want to get in trouble for copyright.
In ancient America, many of you have not had the opportunity to examine closely at leisure all the pieces in that collection. It is a priceless collection, and many of you have raised the question which must be pursued: what will happen when von Wutenow, who is now 84, dies?
Okay, so again, von Wooten, okay, this is all based on von Wooten's collection. All right, I'm going to fast forward this tape here, and von Wooten is going to talk for himself about these Olmec collection faces.
Because the likelihood is,
hang on,
is that all of these marvelous pieces which we have seen, a catalog of everything he has.
Negroid, but they paint.
Oh, here we go. Sorry, I got to chop this up. This is Alexander von Wooten explaining to these Negroes that they're not Negroes. They painted themselves black. He's showing you with his hand gestures right here, but let me see if I can back this up.
And his features are Totonac. They are not Negroid.
His features are totally dark. He is not Negroid. He said this way back in the day, and somebody in that room thought that he said that they were Negroes. And that's where all of this misconception came from, right out of this room.
But they paint them with chapopote.
They paint them faces with the charcoal. You read this in history. The natives painted themselves all the time with paint.
So it is a warrior who is black.
They painted themselves to look like a warrior that is black. They're not black people. Don't confuse black people with black paint is what we're talking about, family.
That is also an atavismo because they knew that the Olmecs were black.
You're saying that the Olmec people themselves were black?
No.
No. Look at the brother in the back. So you saying that the Olmec people were black? He said no. He said no. Did y'all hear that? He said no. Let me keep going here.
The proofs I have. This is a figure made that is between the Olmecan period and the Totonacan period, transition period. And this is an Olmec sculpture. And to be black, they covered it with tar.
To be black, you understand? To be black, they covered their faces with tar, is what this man is saying. They're not saying that they were Negro. They have Negro features based on the painting of themselves. That's why they have these features, is because of the paint, is what he's trying to explain to these brothers and sisters back in the 1900s.
You see, it's a stone head, but it's covered with this tar.
It's a stone head covered with tar.
So not only the features and the thick lips come out primitive, but it is made black.
It is made black. They made them look that way. All right? That's what we're talking about, family. Okay? So Ivan got this all wrong. Okay? Ivan took that information, wrote a book called They Came Before Columbus, The African Presence in Ancient America. Like I said, this is before DNA technology came out. All right? Now let's fast forward to 2020. 2020. Guy with the silver hair, that's Alexander von Wooten. They're all in this area looking at his quote unquote private collection of artifacts, right? And they're discussing these artifacts.
You see this here, right? This is why I show you guys what I show you. But, you know, our people don't give a shit, I guess. I don't know. See, the people that are claiming to be you, those are sociopaths. People that are claiming to be you, those are fucking narcissists. Whether white or black, it don't matter. Whether blonde hair, straight hair, woolly hair, nappy hair, I don't care what kind of hair. They can be narcissists and sociopaths. Why? Because they lack empathy and they only think of themselves and how it benefits them. Because they want to be so grandiose. Whether white or black. It's right in your face. I mean, look.
here, and they did use their women to get power. Why would they need them to vote? Because they're going to tell them how to vote.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Why they need them to work, to take us out of the workforce?
And we see that right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's all playing out, but they came here without nothing, so they had to take from us.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the problem that I don't think we understand, that we act like we from somewhere else and this is their homeland. No, Maine is not theirs. Mm-hmm. Kansas is not theirs. You understand what I'm saying? This is our homeland. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think that's the problem. I think a lot of people don't understand. Psychologically, when we're fighting this, you can read all the books you want to read if you psychologically inferior to these people who are writing the books
too late.
to keep you down. So you have to know how to decipher through these things, even when you're reading definitions or reading these different books or whatever. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Same time wearing that fucking American flag and shit. So this is what you're running into. Raza. You indigenous Native Americans that don't want to talk to me. You don't got a way to answer this. And I'm telling you that what you say to them doesn't matter because they don't care about, like, they're not interested in your lifestyle, food, clothing, way of speaking, being, your celebrations. Like, they don't care about that. They care what is behind that veil, so to speak.
Have white people, when they say God bless America, USA, USA, we have during this time where black people are starting to find out who we really are, mm-hmm. where we come from. So who are the first and the original Americans, Chief?
Well, I'd like to say peace to you, brother.
Thank
Cam,
you.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir.
At 3 Millie Productions.
Thank you.
Peace to your queen.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I want to say peace to the ancestors, peace to all the American Aborigines.
Wow.
What I'm saying? So I ask every single one of you so-called African Americans from West Africa predominantly with a dream to be Native Americans. If you guys were originally here, how come you have no idea or how come you have no clue of the Spaniards and their oppression over the natives? Let's just say natives. Let's say I'm not one of them people. How come you guys don't know about the Christian compendium? And how come you don't follow like the dietary traditions that the people here had always had? Because technically, the people that are consider themselves indigenous here follow the diet of this land here. We follow the land, the dietary laws of this land here. How come you don't know nothing about it? You don't know about tejuino, tamarindo, atole, corn, masa. Like, you don't know nothing about that. When the Spanish first came, they taught the natives, let's say I'm not one of them, they taught them only to read Padre Nuestro, Ave Maria, Diez Mandamientos, El Credo, and Rosario. That's it. How come you Negroes don't fucking know nothing about that? There you goes the link right there. There's a link right there. Who brought smallpox to America, Mr. Smartman? You gonna say the white man? Prove it. This is why I sometimes wonder if our gente even know what the fuck's going on. Like, are you guys this pendejos and shit? Like, for real, bro? Are you guys this pendejos, way? Or are you just scared? Are you scared to say something? Is that what it is? Y'all scared?
Lock in that we are Pan-American, not Pan-African. That North America, also known as Alaska and Canada, is our cousins. We are really Central America. So when it says Mesoamerica, they're talking about us. This is why everybody wanted this land. Then we have the South America, which is down here where we were already here. This is why we have Brazilian people that look just like us. Our island friends look just like us. Then east of the Mississippi look just like us. We look way more common than all of these people than across the Atlantic Ocean. Do the math. This is a map from the 1800s. That this is the Amoricans. We are the Amoricans. We are the people of love. Amor means love. Love is God. God is love. We are the land of God, the land of love. We are the sun people. Sun means soul, soul people. We have soul food, soul dance, soul music. I need you to remember that you spoke Spanish, Hebrew, and Arabic. So there are 3 languages.
You see that right there? At the end of the day, it's always about the Hebrew way. Canaan hates the fact that they ain't Hebrews. So they're willing to mask their real interest in order to gain that privilege. Now, at the end of the day, you can't be who you ain't. No, and it don't matter how many times you pray on it. You can't change the fact. But when you have your gente doubting themselves, believing this, blackety black bullshit, bro, then what the hell do you expect? I demand, listen, and again, I've done this in my channel several times. I hit the fucking link, bro. I question every single one of you. Listen, by the way, the guy that comes to my channel and posts some dumb shit from Fopi, you better tell your boy to calm the fuck down. Okay, Kwana? Listen, man, you want to debate, bro? I'll go to your fucking channel, Kwana, but I want to debate you. I don't want to debate your little daughter, your little chunky girl and shit. I don't want to debate your loud-ass mouth, stupid asses that don't know what the fuck to say. I want to debate Kwana and from Fopi. You and I only. Nobody helping you out. If you really are ballsy and you know your shit, let's fucking go. Stop sending your goons to my channel to post shit after I leave. Like right now, I'm live, and I know for a fact you guys are hearing me out. So don't do this no more. Because it just tells me how weak y'all are. Like I've said it before, bro. Nobody wants to fuck with this channel. Nobody wants to fuck with this channel. General Yohana came one time and said, the truth is over there in the ICPK, but he never said, I want to debate you and shit. Let me take you to my floor. No, they're scared of me. All of you are scared of me. And it's about damn fucking time that I start saying that shit. And I'm not really boastful that way, family, but you know what? At this point, you motherfuckers are scared of me. Every single one of you.
That we have translated over and over again, so don't get caught up on the vowels, whether it's O or U, because your phonics, your sound is a greater power. Like God's communication is voice, which is sound, frequency, and waves. Your thought life is thoughts, ideas, and imagination, and your body language is chemicals, which are called emotions, which drives your body into motion. So those are all descending powers. So the highest and greatest power is the sound. So if it sounds like more, we're Moors. Spelling of it comes last. And if we spoke different languages, depending on who we were talking to, we could have changed the vowel. The only thing that changes is the I, the O, the U. You should lock in that we are Pan-American.
And you see what I'm saying, family? I guess maybe that's why the Most High did what he did. Because I didn't sign up for this shit. I sure as hell did not sign up for this shit. Because guess what, man? You too, 3 milli, bro. Like, you guys always talk the big game, man. Every single one of y'all. We always go, all native people and yada yada. I have the books. I have the fucking books. How come nobody ever invites me? How come nobody wants to say, man, I would debate you, bro. I'll debate you on a big platform and shit. You know what I'm saying? Nobody, bro. This is the only, look, listen, family, I'm telling you right now, I have the only channel that nobody wants to fucking debate. No BHI, no GMS, no Sakari, no ISUPK, no IUIC, no FOPI, no Negro Only, no FBA, no, I don't know what the fuck else, no Wobbleism, no We Was Kings. None of y'all want this fucking fire. And you know what the sad part is? That my own gente thinks that I'm fucking lying. You're bullshitting, bro. You're just talking shit. I have people here that have been watching this channel for quite some time, man, and they can vouch for me and say, yeah, it's kind of weird that nobody comes to this guy's channel to debunk him. Y'all can't debunk the shit that I bring out. Nobody. No black man, no white man, no Asian man, no Arab man, no motherfucking native man, no Mexican man. When I say what I fucking put out there in this world, it's real. And nobody can debunk that shit. And maybe this is what it's going to take right now, about this fucking time. And start letting y'all know, y'all ain't shit. You're no natives. Y'all brought smallpox to the Americas. You came with the white man and enslaved our gente and had slaves as well. All of a sudden now we're going to fucking forget about that shit? No, well, you know what I mean? Fuck these Spaniards. You guys were fucking Spaniards. And they weren't just gringos. But guess what? I'm too harsh for you motherfuckers, ain't I? That's why I say, prove me wrong. I've never lied about the stuff that I put out. Everything that I put out on my channel, no one can debunk. So bring it. God say you the people? Come on, jump on my channel and show me how you are the people. Because I got questions for y'all. But you want to know something? Hey, by the way, Fopi, I know you're watching. Don't post on my channel after the session's over. Y'all want this fucking smoke, bro? Bring it, man. Don't send your goons over here, bro. Don't randomly have people like post on my shit. Do you really want some of this business, bro? Get it. I remember you did that Facebook shit, and I hit you guys back, and you guys never responded. I'm not gonna debate that chunky ass fat girl, bro. Trust and believe I'm gonna hurt her feelings, man. Okay? So I want Quana, that white boy with a tan. Because that's what Quana is. He's a white boy. Shit, my lips are thicker than his. And I don't have thick lips. You know what I'm saying? My nose is whiter than his. My nose is bigger than his. You know what I'm saying, bro? What are you talking about, white boy with a tan? Get out of here. We don't want this nonsense no more, bro. We're sick of this shit. Watch this. Watch this. This is the most replay right here. Watch what he says.
Levels to this indoctrination, there's levels to this psychological warfare that's been waged against us. We are Americans. You ask any of them people, say, what's your nationality? What do you, I'm American. You know what I'm saying? I've been fortunate to live in other countries. You know what I'm saying? So when we're watching the Olympics, I'm repping USA. We only rep USA. We don't rep any other country. You know, we might like Jamaica if Jamaica's running against somebody else, but it's against.
Oh, okay, so when they look blackety black like you with a big ass dread and big ass face and dark as hell and look just like you, then you're African. But every time else you're named African? The link is there. Foppy, where you at? Come on, man. You got your boy posting on my shit, bro. Hit the fucking link and just let me know. Let's go at it right now, Foppy. What's up, bro? You come to my channel, you boast some shit over here. Well, fuck, man. Let's handle it.
It's USA. It's about America, right? So I just, that's the fight. You know what I'm saying? Going back to foundational Black Americans, AP like.
I'm saying, hey, Foppy, where you at? You call these guys demons and devils and shit. This is your FBA shit right here. Ah, let me guess. You scared. Interesting. Let me speed it up, man. My brain cells go too much fast for this fucking slow brain talk.
I say that's like a waiting room to get into this Aboriginal information. Like, hey, you coming into this information. And so a lot of brothers and sisters have transitioned, because even the brother Tariq went on No Jumper. I don't know if I want to plug that, but he went on No Jumper, it was a major platform, right? And he was like, Black was a misnomer. We were Aboriginal to this land, which only means the first. So when people be like mad about them, like, oh, hey, it just means we're the first Americans. So when the question, who are the first Americans? We are the first Americans, Aborigines, which gives us power. So we're talking words that.
See this right here? Like, hold on a second. Who the fuck is No Jumper?
In my prison package, I got powder fresh,
You see what I'm saying, family? Now, you guys remember that punk ass motherfuckers from ISUPK went to talk to this piece of shit right here too, bro? Now, I know a homeboy from the hood in Oceanside. Well, I'll keep it secret because I don't think you want me to express it, but he handled this shit real quick, man. It's just funny how I'm also 50, you know what I'm saying? So I do have some knowledge of what the fuck went on in the 90s, bro. ISUPK was talking to him. I think even if it's a car, even, dude, this is what I mean, family. You see what I'm saying? You dumbass Mexicans that are in this trope chart belief, they are laughing at you. Disgustingly laughing at you. And you want to know what the saddest part is, bro? That you guys believe this shit. If you only knew. Like if you only really knew. I don't know, man. I sometimes wonder about you guys. But anyways, let me continue with this video real quick and then we can keep going because we're almost done. Let me see how much time I got. Oh shit, I should have gone. Let me show this real quick and then we out. Just a few more and then that's it. That's it. I'm showing you guys like
fake mag.
Narcissism, sociopaths. Sociopaths are manipulators, deceivers. You know what I'm saying? Manipulators and deceivers. That's what sociopaths are. And narcissists are people that are grandiose, man, that they feel like they need to be important, that they need to be the ones to be talked about, that they matter more than everybody else. So remember, we're dealing with those type of people. Sociopaths, narcissists. So I think the sociopaths are the white ones and the narcissists are the black ones. Fopi, where you at? FBA, where you at? Debunk my shit, man. Top Cat, all of you people, I've called you guys out like a year ago. None of you wanted this fire, bro. It's funny that you could say, well, because you're a small channel, so I don't care about you. Fine, sounds good. Then just shut me up. You know what I'm saying? I'm a small channel. Shut me up. Shut me down. If I'm a small channel talking loud, then you as a big channel should be like, it don't matter if I even bring him on because I'm going to destroy him. So it's like, bring me on. So then destroy me. But you see, you guys ain't want to do that. You don't want this fucking fire. That's the point. And YouTube is helping you.
Yeah, was
deceiving, manipulative, aggressive, lack of empathy are sociopaths. Narcissists are grandiose. They want all the attention. They want to make sure that you are glorifying them. And then you never forget about their struggles. That is a narcissist. Black and Negroes, or Negroes and blacks, whites and crackers, or crackers and whites.
Just uncovered. Twitter just rolled out a feature that shows a user's location, and guess what? Many of the largest MAGA influencers are actually foreign agents.
Just as I suspected, almost all of the MAGA accounts on Twitter are fake. No, I'm not kidding you. They're fake, including the DHS Gov account, apparently. Look at this. This account, Homeland Security, DHS.gov, is out of Tel Aviv, Israel. DHS is tweeting from Israel? Really? Brian has a few more. Take a look at this.
American Patriot, Chile. MAGA Nation, probably Russia. Dark MAGA, Thailand. Trump is my president, Macedonia. Ultra MAGA, Nigeria. The MAGA Beacon, South Asia. Joey Monorino, Europe. Baron Trump News, likely Russia. Eric Trump fan, Macedonia.
Dude, don't believe anything you see on the internet.
See? So you think I'm going to believe these motherfuckers? You out of your damn mind. As far as I know, the Bible said that this would only happen to those people.
Dramatic video of a frantic mother in a bedroom, her children by her side.
I have my baby. Come out here. I have my baby. No.
The confrontation with a man who appears to be a federal agent took place last Thursday at East Elmhurst, Queens. Ron Kuby is a civil rights attorney representing the family.
They break down the door with a battering ram. They hold the entire family at gunpoint.
Surveillance video shows the group in tactical gear forced their way into the home. One man noticing a camera, flipping it around. Kuby says the agents were looking for his client's cousin who hasn't lived there in years.
She had his phone number. They forced her to call him.
Kuby tells us his client Jennifer, who doesn't want us to use her last name, has lawful status. Her kids were born in the United States.
They terrorized her. They terrorized the children. There was no warrant displayed, no display of any authority.
Video.
You see that? So once again, let me remind you of something. Where is that? That's why these guys want to be Hebrews, family. That's why they want to be you, and you don't realize it, and you don't fucking realize it. You think it doesn't matter. Shut the fuck up. You're fucking dumb. Maybe you need somebody like me to fucking tell you how dumb you are. It's disgustingly dumb that you don't believe this shit. And they're dying for you. Oh my God, dude. I just want to step on you guys like cockroaches, bro. That's how pissed off I am sometimes at this shit. Check this out. Deuteronomy 28:50. A nation of fierce countenance which shall not regard the person of old, nor show favor to the young. That was an older woman and a baby and a child. But nah. You guys are Native Americans that been here for 1 million years. No connection with the rest of the people in the world.
Video shows an NYPD patrol car arriving after neighbors thought a robbery was in progress, according to Kuby. The man, believed to be a federal agent, approached the officer's window. After a brief conversation, the officer drove away. The NYPD is prohibited by city law from engaging in civil immigration enforcement.
They pulled a woman out of her bed.
The New York Immigration Coalition shared portions of the incident with us. They say the woman and her children, ages 2, 6, 10, and 13, are terrified.
We are truly outraged at the way that this family has been treated. We don't think that any family should be treated.
You see this? Hey, look, check this out. This is funny. ISUPK, you know, the taser face, their taser face captain debated this guy. And I saw the debate, bro, and he pretty much shredded them. Like this guy right here. And the reason why I was laughing at that shit is because, like, if they knew a little bit of politics, they could have thrown his ass, like, would have ran through scriptures all over his face. But the fact that he, you know, sometimes just that it is what it is, man. Watch what he says.
Charlie, I just think, honestly, you're too stupid to understand them.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you,
you
lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're fucking, don't talk about my wife, you stupid. Shut your mouth. It's because I'm better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people on are bullshit because you are not a traditional man.
Chuck.
See this right here? This is why I know that BHI, y'all are weak, bro. Y'all are fucking weak. You want to know why you guys are weak? Because, like I know that you debated this motherfucker right here. You debated this guy. Dude, you debated this guy who also dealt with this guy. And you see, I'm...
It's okay to have material.
That's one thing about me, man. Like, I pay attention to a lot of different shit. Right? And you're going to know where I'm going with this. So that guy... Sorry about that. Excuse me. Not about it. That guy, okay, is this guy right here. And in case you guys don't know, this is the dude Watson, like gang, whatever, jail shit. It's all about men. It's all about men. It's about men. We're fucking tough. We're fucking tough men, bro. You know what I'm saying? We're tough men, bro. So apparently this is kind of like a white thing. They get together in circles and jack off and seeing who can spit the sperm the quickest. I'm going to show you a video where I can prove it. But here we see the embarrassment of this individual here with this. So this guy is not very smart. Man, he's just maybe a little smarter, but you can see that within a man mindset. Look how he gets treated like shit, right? So watch this.
It's not against Christian ethics to become rich, become wealthy, but I just think it's all beside the point, ultimately. You're trying to go for a single thing, and it's to achieve something greater than
money?
the person.
Does he have money?
No.
Do you have money?
No, I don't have.
How much money do you have?
I don't
Does he
have money. But here's the thing. Why is money valuable?
Do you have money?
What is money valuable for?
This is what I find so fucking interesting because this is the same motherfucker that said he believes in capitalism. You can see the videos. Like I got proof. Like he literally said, like, yo, I'm gonna show you. I believe in capitalism. I voted for Trump. I'm a Trump supporter. I'm a Trump daddy and shit. I blew Trump's face.
29, but he
debunked his asses and blew the fucking door away from these both dumbasses. White boys with tans. Y'all are just white boys with tans, bro. Just one happens to have like a little bit phenotype of an African American or Afro-Kin man, and just the other one, I don't know what the fuck he looks like. But listen, y'all got destroyed by this white boy right here, and he is he's so weak, bro. He's a weak spirit. Y'all got destroyed by him. You see, that's the thing, bro. See, you're not in the right realm. You don't know people. But anyways, let's just continue. Watch real quick.
I'm just asking, do you have money?
I just said no. I'm broke. I'm a nobody.
No, but really you are?
Yeah.
Is he really broke?
Yeah.
I just want to know. I have to know.
No, I'm not. I'm not one of these rich guys. I don't have a Bugatti. I don't have a Lambo. I don't have a Ferrari.
I just really have to know. Like, how much money you got?
Probably $5 in my pocket. Not much more.
Can anyone answer for the guy?
Why do they think I'm kidding? I have a family. I take care of an entire family. That takes a lot of money.
He's doing all right.
Okay.
It's okay.
This is the thing, you guys.
So check this out. This guy, apparently nowadays, he like pays for his bitches, right? And this guy, apparently, he married a bitch. I'm going to show you. And I say it the way I say it. Because I don't fucking like hypocrites, bro. Like, I fucking hate you guys. You're the worst. And apparently we find you guys are a lot in Christianity. Let's go. Watch this. We're gonna hear it again. I just want you to really, after this, we're done, fam. You know what I'm saying? After that, nobody wants to hear me no more. You know what I'm saying? Not like you guys even cared in the first place, but you know, I got something to say tonight.
Charlie, I just think, honestly, you're too stupid to understand them.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you, you lick sniz.
Under your religion.
Yeah, watch what he says. Just listen.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're fucking. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid. Shut your mouth. It's because I'm better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people on are bullshit because you are not a traditional man.
Chuck.
True. You see, matter of fact, she did a better job than these fucking better job. This situation was just an argument. I just want to give you like an idea of like who the fuck this guy is. He's a piece of shit, bro. Right winger, dumbass. But you see, this is the funniest part. I'm not even subscribing to that New Testament. And you guys know that already, right? I don't subscribe to that shit no more. But I can debunk these.
Are you a prophet?
Much better than these guys. Watch this real quick. This is so sad. You're a prophet, bro. He catches you in the dirt. He catches you in your own stupidity.
Yes. Okay, and so both of you are prophets?
For sure.
And so can you foresee future events?
Yes, sometimes.
Refute it. You can't refute it.
Excuse me, the scriptures say he divided the nations. That's racism within itself.
So you mean to tell me that the ideology that you're spewing is the same thing that the white colonizers are spewing? You're actually the racist.
You would first have to prove that you're a prophet based off of X, Y, and Z. That's what it says.
If you were a prophet, you should have known that and predicted it beforehand and written it down, and then you could demonstrate the proof of it.
Let's just read the book of Revelation 2:26. And he that overcometh and keepeth my works unto the end, to him will I give power over the nation.
But Romans 2:29, but a Jew is one inwardly, and circumcision is a matter of the heart.
So again, You say Romans 2, right? Let me educate you guys a little bit. Let me tell you something, how you destroy the New Testament bullshit. About, like, for example, the Old Testament says that the Messiah is going to come. The Messiah is supposedly, that's what they're saying, right? The Messiah is going to come. So then he shows up and he says, I'm just going to open the door for everybody. But I thought he was going to come for the kingdom that was divided because of Solomon's sin. Well, because of everybody's sin, but, specifically because of that. Because he wanted to bring the two sticks together. Isn't that what they all talked about in the Old Testament? Now, keep this in mind that he talks about Romans 2, right? But they always forget about the whole chapter of Romans. In Romans 4, it mentions Abraham. Now, why do you think he talks about Abraham the whole time in Romans 4? From this moment forward, he talks about Abraham. Well, let's continue. Because these guys get demolished.
Heart by the Spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long.
Goes like game over, whatever. That's in there. Okay, so before we go there, man, I want to show the typical type of fucking weak ass dude that you guys deal with, that you have in front of you. The weak ass dude that you have in front of you, because ISUPK debated. ISUPK debated this fucking Edomite, right, or the sons of Esau, because he's a Christian, right? That's why they debated him, because he's a Christian, supposedly Christian values, right? That's what he was fucking singing. Okay, so I'm gonna show you how this young lady here, and I'm gonna respect her, because you know what? She did a better job than you fucking ISUPK dumbasses right here. And you Fugazi ass what do you call it? Sakari?
Are you a prophet?
Yes.
Okay, and so both of you are prophets?
For sure.
And so
ISUPK and Sakari both got butt plugged by the white boy. By the white boy that married a woman with 5 kids from 3 baby daddies. You see, if you don't know your overallness of life, you're going to get caught up with that shit. If that man would have came to my channel, I would have nobody known this shit, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, this is the most hypocritical bullshit. It's so easy to debunk. It's so easy to destroy. But you know what I mean? Here it goes right here. The white man and the black man working together against the white man and the black man working together. You can't make this shit up.
Can you foresee future events?
Yes, sometimes.
Refute it. You can't.
Sometimes. What do you mean you can see fucking 4 future events, bro? What do you're a liar. Like, maybe you could, but like you can't prove it. But anyways, let me expose this dumbass Cracker Barrel worshiping bastard. Yo, listen. I'm going to show you some scriptures, fam, that goes against Christianity. And he totally went against Christianity. I'm going to show you. Watch this.
Try to rephrase this. I'm going to reframe. And I'm just going to be totally honest with you. I will never be able to convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
I know. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator, or I don't make good points, or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think, honestly, you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
So, Andrew, can I sell you on my worldview?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you lick sniz. Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're a fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did
daddies?
I just say? Dyke?
She did in an instant what these dumbass fucking Canaanites couldn't do for an hour and a half, bro. Like, she destroyed his ass within 10 seconds. You want to know why? You want to know why? I'm going to show you why. I'm going to show you why. I love this shit, man. I love this shit. But see, you guys, nobody can say that I don't know the New Testament. See, that's the thing. I don't agree with it no more, but that doesn't mean I don't know it. Do you get what I'm saying? I still know it. So you can't get away with some shit. And I recall, if I remember, the conversation in John 4:16, and it says this, and says, Jesus said unto her, go call thy husband and come thither. And the woman answered and said, I have no husband. And Jesus said unto her, thou hast well said, I have no husband. For thou hast 5 husbands. What does the scripture say about marriage? What does the scripture say about marriage, fam? You guys know the Levitical law. When somebody sleeps with somebody, that's considered marriage. So she was sleeping with 5 men. They're all your husband. What are you talking about? For thou hast 5 husbands. And he whom thou now has is not thy husband. I'm sorry, not thy husband. In that saith thou truly. Watch this though. So what's another point? And I want to make this very specific because I'm just going to talk about the New Testament because you know what I'm saying? This is Christmas Christian shit. Yeah, Christmas Christians, man, you love to talk about your the New Testament, but you sure as hell don't know it. And you do everything against it. Everything against it. Matthew 5:31 talks about this. It says, it hath been said, whoever shall put away his wife, let him give her a writing of divorcement. But he says, but I say unto you, that whosoever shall put away his wife, saving for the cause of fornication, causes her to commit adultery. Do you want to know why it says that? Because if you leave your wife, and she not because of fornication, just because you ain't happy with her, whatever, you just picked the wrong broad, bro. You just picked the wrong woman, and you leave her. It says, saving for the cause of fornication, cause her to commit adultery. You want to know why? He's not even questioning it. There's no question. Women or men, when you turn on that light of sexuality, you know what I'm saying? Like when you actually have sex, you can never turn that shit off. So a woman will commit adultery. You want to know why? Because she's going to want to get laid again. She's going to want to be with a man again. Do you get what I'm saying? So if you divorce her and it has nothing to do with, her cheating on you just because you don't like her, and she goes and finds another man, guess what? You cause her to commit adultery. And whosoever shall marry her that is divorced committed adultery also. Boom. Boom, boom. See, this is why I'm telling you, man, I like reading the scriptures. I may not agree with you. Matthew 19, 8 and 9 says this as well. It says, he said unto them, Moses, because the hardness of your heart suffered to you to put away your wife, but from the beginning it was not so. And I say unto you, whosoever shall put away his wife, except it be of fornication, and shall marry another committed adultery, and whoso married her which is put away doth commit adultery as well. Did you know, and I couldn't find it, by the way, but there's a scripture that talks about that if you divorce your wife and she marries another man, and hold on. Yeah, well, okay, let's just say whoever does that shit, right? And she married, let's just say her, and she marries another man. She committed adultery. He committed adultery. And then if they have kids, those kids are cursed. Did you know that? That's in the book that they believe. So let's listen in.
I'll try to rephrase this. I'm going to reframe. And I'm just going to be totally honest with you. I will never be able to convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
I know. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator or I don't make good points or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think honestly, you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
So Andrew, can I sell you on my worldview?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you lick
sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're a fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did
daddies?
I just say? Dyke?
He doesn't know it yet, but he lost that debate. How the tables have turned. So there's this very popular podcast, I'm sure you've seen the clips of them all over the place. They're called Whatever, where, 2-3 men sit with OF girls, point at them and say, you're a donkey. You don't deserve shit. Boo. And, absolutely shit on them from every possible way. Most of the time how this shit works is they only put the clips they want to put, the ones that they killed it. They intentionally invite people who don't know how to debate or can't stand up for themselves, and they just start shitting on them nonstop. Well, there's a clip that's going viral now that hasn't been posted on their page. Well, nothing I could have found. There's 3 videos posted on their YouTube channel of debating with the same woman over here, but not this clip specifically, because they decided to let's forget that this ever happened. Well, let's not forget that this ever happened and actually go through it. Anyways, they were sitting, apparently this woman is a feminist, and they were sitting and they were talking about family values.
You have my worldview.
You won't.
I know. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator or I don't make good points or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think honestly you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
So there's a 10-minute clip on their YouTube channel where he shares his point of view on this world, saying that
down to the fact that you tailing freedom argument.
Your choice, that's just wrong.
If you wanted me to give you the most convincing argument that I possibly can, it would just be this: that everything we talk about is actually you curtailing freedom, not me. And everything that we end up ultimately discussing seems to come down to the fact that you just want to kind of engage in degenerate behaviors. And that's the only freedom you seem to care about. The freedom to promiscuously have sex and then have to take care of that if you need to. Even if it's the case that by removing that, there would be less unwanted babies born. You still think that we need to have that because, you know, people just need to be able to if they want and be promiscuous if they want, have STDs if they want.
And you know what? I don't know if this was the beginning or the end or after or when she made the comment, but I'm glad that she said that shit because, like, it's so hypocritical of you to be fucking saying that shit, bro. You made a broad that fucked 3 dudes and had 5 babies with them. Who's the most promiscuous? Like, your wife is the one you're speaking of your wife. Like, why are you doing that? And you married that bitch. What the fuck are you talking about? Por favor, bro. Hey, listen to the ones that actually live the real life, not the fucking ones that talk about it and don't fucking do it. Your wife, 5 babies, 3 dicks. That means that she's married to 4 men, and you're just the 4th one. You're all still married based on the scriptures, by the way. Oh, and you're the 4th husband. You mean the one that got the leftovers. So you're digging your piper in other people's sperms. And those are facts. Because scientifically speaking, it says it too, that for every person you sleep with, you leave a trace of your DNA in them.
It's like, it always seems like the freedom that you guys advocate for is only a freedom towards degeneracy and never actually about freedoms that are really intrinsic to the human experience. And kind of even more than that, I would just point this last thing out, which is, you know, if you had a society where it was really full of more people like me, right? It was full of people who did take their religion seriously, and they took their family dynamics seriously, and they took the things that they were doing seriously in regards to morality and ethics and how to treat people and not sacrificing the whole for the small percentage of, you know, LGBTQ people and this and that. How would
how to treat people? You voted for Trump, you fuckface. You lick Trump's balls every day. What are you talking about? I wish I would have. Well, no, I don't wish I would have been at that debate because that means I would have been part of that group. No, I would love to get a chance to debate some of these Christmas Christians, bro. Black or white, it doesn't matter to me. Y'all the same.
The world really be a worse place?
Now, yes, it is true. Unfortunately, everyone just click a boom booms. Everyone nowadays, it's like drinking water. That's how easy it is with the internet now. Woman, this is what they do. This is their business. This is their bread and butter, and they have people, you know, at the back. Yes, fuck these people, and you know, keep on shitting on them in the comment section as well. Well,
do that. So now let's. Matter of fact, I was gonna say that I was gonna end it, but you want to know something, fam? I want to show this shit. I want to show you how embarrassed they got. I'm going to listen into some of the stuff. Maybe I'll chime in with my verses, but this is crazy. Listen.
God is going to, well, only the Hebrew Israelites is going to be at the top of the hierarchy in heaven. This is what they believe in. This is what they explain to me. Everyone else that makes it to heaven, they're going to be below the Hebrew Israelites. The only reason why the Hebrew Israelites is going to be above everyone else in heaven is because of the ethnicity, is because of their race. So my argument was, is God a racist? All of them confirmed and said, yes, God is a racist.
So it's the DNA chosen people thing?
DNA chosen.
But you want to know something? That's no different than the Protestant talk, the evangelical teaching. It's no different than this white boy talking about that shit because they're the ones that believe in the promised land, the sphere of influence. Oh, they're the ones saying that, oh, we have equality with every other nation. No. The white man did what they did because the white Jesus believed what he believed.
People think, yeah.
Not a DNA thing, but there is a chosen people that God chose.
Well, is it a mental state? Or is it a physical component which makes you the chosen people? Meaning, is it biological or is it just a status of mental capacity, a mental state? Like, for instance, if a Christian says, I believe Jesus Christ died on the cross this is a mental state, right? So is it?
Yes,
Are we talking
it's a
about
mental state. So
So are we talking about a biological state?
Yeah.
Yeah,
can I read this scripture?
Like essentially, there's a biological prerequisite to be in that upper echelon. It's a prerequisite. It's not an absolute qualification.
Yeah, I understand.
It's a prerequisite.
But you.
First of all, let me just tell you this right here. There's no like biological echelon of your fucking enchiladas. Both of you fucking dumbasses don't know shit. White and black people, bro, you guys need to get away from the Bible. Seriously, here's a link. Prove me wrong. Negroes, crackers, y'all need to get away from the Bible. Do you want to know why? I'm going to show you why. There's no upper echelon. Do you understand what I'm saying? Protestant people believe the same shit. The white boy on the bottom, like with smoking a cigarette, like dude, he ain't no different than these guys. They believe in the same shit. But let me remind you. Let me bring you down to the status of or your status quo. It's not about upper echelon, bro. The Most High popes chose the Israelites, not because they were the greatest, not because they were the strongest, not because they were the nappiest, not because they were the whitest, not because they had the bluest blue eyes or the thickest big lips, or because they were just like the most fucking smartest in the world. No. Listen to this. Deuteronomy 4:38, to drive out nations from before thee greater and mightier than thou art. What the fuck are you talking about, upper echelon? What are you talking about? The Most High didn't pick the Israelites because they were the fucking greatest, bro. He felt sorry for you, bro. The Most High picked the Israelites because he felt sorry for them. They were the least among the nations. To bring thee in, to give thee their land for an inheritance as it is this day. But again, let's continue. Captain Taserface and Butt Plug over there. Let's see how they do.
I understand that there's immediately something which is fallacious, which is happening here, just by the very argument of biology. Nobody at the time that any of the Old Testament was written or the New Testament had any understanding of DNA, no conceptualization of this whatsoever. They only had the conceptualization of house lineage. But the idea of blood itself being in some way passed down, and it's through that blood that you will receive X, that wasn't the actual conceptualization. It was from house.
Well, that's what we're talking about. We're still talking about the house of Israel. It's still what we're talking about.
What I'm asking is what makes you of that house.
So 1 second, when you say blood, the scripture don't say blood. The scripture say house. It says it's
the
12 tribes of Israel. Right. So it's the
his
house.
question is what makes you have that house?
What makes you have that house? What makes you that blood?
Curses,
when you come from
prophecies, and archaeology. We've been saying it for the longest. And also the spirit. That's in the scripture as well.
Yeah, no, but if it's biological.
Which prophecies? Which ones? Like the one that says Deuteronomy 28:27 that says that you would get smallpox in America? Did that happen to black people here in America? Did that happen to white people here in America? Did that happen to the Israelis at all, ever? Did you guys ever know about the Israelis ever having smallpox? No. That don't apply to black or white people.
How do you personally trace your root biologically?
Did you not hear me? Did you not hear me? I said curses.
Wait, I'm gonna let it run for 30 minutes, family. I'm gonna eat something. I'll be back.
I don't understand though. That's what I'm clarifying.
Andrew,
you saying to me like, did you not hear me? Doesn't say anything, right? That doesn't clarify anything.
Well, let me ask you one question before you go in.
One mic at a time. One mic at a time, real quick.
Let me ask you one question because I've been kind of quiet. Hold up. Let me say one thing. What's your name?
Andrew.
Andrew, let me ask you one question. Mm-hmm. What race of people went into slavery on ships throughout the history of mankind?
All races of people.
Name me the races that went to slavery through ships.
Well, so I would say race, I think, is a construction of the mind.
I'm talking about fleshly race. I'm talking about race.
Yeah, I understand. I just want to clarify this so I make sure I'm answering your question correctly. When you say race, are you talking about black, white? Are you talking?
Yes,
okay,
yes.
Got you. Yes, if that's the case, the heuristic of black, white, things like this, then every single race on planet Earth has been trafficked in slavery in a big way. Every single one.
I say about ships.
Yes, in ships.
Name me the time that white people went into slavery by ships.
The Barbary states enslaved whites. The Arabs enslaved whites.
When was this?
So the most recent occurrence of this happened at the time of Thomas Jefferson.
Hold on. Let me reword this. In mass numbers, what race of people went into slavery by ships into a land that is not their land?
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry. I actually don't understand the question. What are you actually asking me?
So the key component is he's emphasizing there being a maritime nature to the slave trade, not simply trafficking, but literally trafficking across the world through vessels on water.
So I understand this. So we had the transatlantic slave trade, and then we had the Arabic slave trade. The Arabic slave trade moved slaves towards the Arab nations. They killed all their slaves. That's why there's not a lot of black Arabs. And then you move on the other side, they moved them over to the Americas. But this is the transit. That's new. That's new. Like, this has been happening. Slavery has been happening for thousands of years via shipping. Via actual ships.
Which ones with the ships?
All races.
No.
Yeah. So can you answer
every single one, going from the Greeks to all of them. Every single the Vikings used to use ships to go and get slaves from China. I'm not kidding. Like,
Esau,
they did.
Hold on, hear me out, Esau. What I'm trying to say to you is this right here, bro. I mean, Esau, is that the so-called black people are the only people that are documented of going through slavery, stripped from everything from their names to their language, to their customs, to their God word, to a day they identify by a color out the crayon box. That's only happened to a certain people in history.
I'm
almost finished. Let me land my plane.
No problem. Go ahead.
That's a prophecy that's prophesied in the Bible that lets you know who the Israelites are.
Okay, so I just want to let you know that what you're saying, though, is factually untrue. So Rome, for instance, is a great example of a society which was literally constructed by slavery. There's more slaves in Rome than there were Romans. They did this to all peoples. They stripped them of their name. They stripped them of their title. They stripped them of their family. They stripped them of the whole idea was you must become Roman. Now, in some places later, they let them have some customs, things like this. But this happened in the modern slave trade, too. So in the Americas, for instance, some slave owners, they let them have customs and things like this. Sometimes not. It just depends where they were in history. But no, I'm telling you, all races had this happen to them, all of them.
Those people that went through their slavery in Rome are the people that we're saying that are Israelites. And we are those people.
Yeah, but if that was all people, yeah, listen, I mean, all.
Y'all can handle it.
Yeah, but this doesn't make any sense because all tribes that they incorporated, who they made a slave caste, they erased them. They made them become Roman, all of them. And this happened to all sorts of barbarian tribes. I mean, this happened to everybody.
Yeah, Andrew. So just to be clear, how we make a determination, because of course this is we're talking about an ethno-religious group, being the ancient Israelites, and we're talking about an ethno-religious ideology, right? So there were various things, various prophecies that were foretold that would occur in the latter days to the Israelites and their descendants. So what we're doing is we're taking a look at those prophecies and we're seeing if those prophecies have been fulfilled in various people groups throughout the planet Earth today, and we've identified those with people who are black.
But you have to be very careful with that because you're not prophets yourself. So Jesus, hang on.
We are prophets.
Jesus Christ was the last. The reason we don't have new prophets, we don't have new prophets, is so that you cannot reinterpret the scripture for your own making, so you can't go in and be like, well, I'm Joseph Smith, the head of the Mormon church, and I'm a prophet, and so I've just made this entirely new religion, which he did by saying, hey, I'm a prophet. No, you, by the way, cannot make prophetic interpretations absent being a prophet, right? Like, you can't. You have to interpret them.
We are prophets.
Can I read a scripture? When you say that we're not prophets, right? This is 1 Corinthians 12:28. And it says, and God had set some in the church, first apostles, secondarily prophets, thirdly teachers, after that miracles, then gifts of healings, helps, governments, diversities, and tongues. So when you say that there's no prophets,
hang on. Wait a second. Give me the scripture real quick. Let's pull it up. We'll go over it together.
1 Corinthians 12:28.
Okay.
So when you say that so when you say that there's not prophets after Christ, I would disagree, because that's how you set up the body. As the body of Christ would function, you would have prophets, you would have apostles, you would have teachers, you would have those with the gift of tongues. If that were the case, then you shouldn't have no pastors or
so then I just want to point out that you're so here's the thing then. Is Joseph Smith a false prophet?
Yes.
How do you know?
Because he's not an Israelite.
And so only Israelites can be prophets.
Correct.
For sure.
That's it.
That's
what the book says.
Okay,
so the book says. It has to be, if you're not an Israelite, then you cannot be a prophet.
So can Israelites create new prophecy?
Israelites can, if God reveals it to them, yes.
Okay,
that's why I read 1 Corinthians 12:28.
Are
that's
you,
after
sir?
Christ's death.
Are you a prophet?
Yes.
Okay, and so both of you are prophets?
For sure.
And so can you foresee future events?
Yeah, sometimes.
Sure. Okay.
Like a prophet is also a teacher. A prophet is everything. A prophet ain't just telling prophecy, prophesy, they teach. They
but you verify the tenacity of a prophet through prophecy. That's how you verify the tenacity. So the way that I would verify a prophet
is verified also by them breaking down what's already written also.
Yeah,
So when
okay,
gorilla
but that would be post hoc. So that wouldn't verify you as a prophet because you're interpreting things which have already happened and then trying to contextualize them in a way that and anybody can do this. Anybody can do this. So the thing is that to verify that you are a prophet, can you give me a prophecy which you have foretold that has come true that we can verify?
So when you say that we can't prophesy something that's already written, that's incorrect. Romans 15:4 says, whatsoever was written aforetime was written for our learning, that through patience and comfort of the scriptures we might have hope. So as Gorilla was breaking
that's
down
interpretation,
to you,
not
I don't
prophecy.
know why you're if you want the respect to speak, you got to give it. So
all
now,
right, fair enough.
When Gorilla was breaking down how we came over here in the transatlantic slave trade, that did not happen yet, even though it's written in Deuteronomy the 28th chapter. So in Deuteronomy the 28th chapter, as that is being broken down, nobody can explain how Black Hispanics suffered through the transatlantic slave trade until God woke up prophets to break it down to the people. And that's what you see today, where they can go and read those prophecies, break those prophecies down, and then reveal not only the prophecies of old, but what we're supposed to do today.
Okay, but you have a problem here, which is that you're conflating interpretation with prophecy. So you can look at a prophecy, which an actual prophet put down, let's say, and you can interpret it. That doesn't mean your interpretation is correct. How we would know that your interpretation of this prophecy would be correct if you're an actual prophet and making that claim would be how? To test the tenacity of your foretellings in prophecy. So demonstrate for us any prophecy which you have foretold, which we can verify. Can you do that or not?
Yeah, I want to hear.
If I give one scripture, Gorilla, if I could just give one scripture and I give it right to you, I'm going to give it right to you. In Matthew, the 12th chapter, Christ said, this perverse generation seeketh for a sign. That's what he said. And that's what you are. Like when you ask that, but he said, there shall be no sign. You know what the sign was? When Christ taught. Christ taught repentance. That was his prophecy. Christ said, repent, repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. And if Christ is our king, we do it the same way. And if you've been asking for scriptures the whole time, so that's Matthew 12 and
But his
39.
question isn't on that. His question is to
you've avoided
verify.
my
I'm going to read his question.
His question is real quick though. It's because I've been sitting and letting y'all rock. It's to verify if you're a prophet, like show proof of it.
I'm reading what Christ. Listen, they said the same. I'm reading Matthew 12 and 38. This is what they said to Christ.
Yeah, but
the
you're
same
making
question he's asked. Can I read it?
But there's a problem.
It's not a problem.
I'll show you.
I'm showing a direct parallel of how they acted towards Christ. Is the same way you're acting now. This is Matthew 12 and 38, and then I'll give it to Gorilla. It says, then certain of the scribes and the Pharisees answered, saying, Master, would we see a sign from thee? Which is what you're asking. And this was Christ's answer. He says, but he answered and said unto them, an evil and adulterous generation seeketh after a sign, and there shall no sign be given to it, but the sign of the prophet Jonas. So there was a sign given, and this was the sign. For as Jonas was 3 days and 3 nights in the whale's belly, so shall the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. What did Jonah do when he came out that whale? He taught the people repentance. That's what he taught them.
Okay,
so that's the sign.
Yeah, but so the problem that you have here is that if I post hoc go back and give a completely different interpretation of this than you do and make the claim that I can do so because I'm a prophet, right? Then how would we verify which thing is true? We could verify that by somebody who makes the claim of being a prophet, of fulfilling or giving prophecy, which has been fulfilled. That's how it was always verified biblically. Prophets would go in and interpret dreams. Those dreams would then become reality. There's all sorts of instances of this. I want to see some actual verification when you make the claim that you're a prophet that's not post hoc. Charlatans use post hoc. Numerologists use post hoc. All of these people use post hoc. After the event is done, then they retroactively predict the event that's been done. And it's like, that's not prophecy. That's some made up gobbledygook. So can you verify that you're a prophet through prophecy you've given that has become fulfilled or will become fulfilled, or can't you?
Andrew, I could. There's dozens of people who can verify all those things about me.
But he's speaking specifically about you two. Can you two verify that?
I said about me, that I've done all of those things that he said. I have scores of people that can do that. But here's my thing, right? My thing is this. Where is the biblical precedence for the criteria you're trying to hold us to right now? Because I haven't seen that book.
I'll explain. So first of all, God has ontology. There's ontology, the being of God. So the logos or logic is part of the being of God. Okay. Otherwise, you would enter into all sorts of contradictions. Like, can God make?
Where's the Bible verse?
Can God?
Where's your Bible verse?
Yeah, I'll show you. I'm going to demonstrate something for you so that you understand.
You.
If I say to you, can God make another God more powerful than Him? Can God make a rock that's too heavy for God to lift? Right? Yeah, exactly. You would say no, right? You'd say no because.
No, I'm saying you're not answering the question.
Because I'm trying. Hang on. I'm not only going to answer it. I'm going to answer it in scale.
He's not answering anything.
I'm going to answer it in scale.
Let him land his plane.
So anyway, In order to do this, in order for you to contend with those logical questions, you're going to have to defer to the nature of God himself. And part of that nature is logic. It's a metaphysical rules for the universe which exists that cannot be accounted for other than through God. That's it. Now, okay, well, I'll tell you what. Refute the laws of logic without using them then. Go ahead.
If I could real fast, post hoc is a rationalization, is a type of faulty thinking that occurs when someone assumes that one event caused another simply because one event happened after the other. So when you say that that's post hoc,
sorry, I meant ad hoc. I meant ad hoc. Sorry.
I'll look that up too, but I just wanted to
I think I just meant ad hoc.
Gorilla, you can take it right out. I just wanted to pull that definition because
no, pull up ad hoc. Hang on, pull up ad hoc.
I'll pull it up in a second.
Yeah,
but I also want to add is Gorilla asked him to show the criteria in the Bible, and he went to logic, not to the criteria.
because what I'm telling you is that everything which is biblical also has to conform with logic. Otherwise, it's incoherent.
Well, Andrew, like one of the first things you said was there's no prophet after Jesus, and the first thing that Captain Nazariak did was show you prophets under Paul decades after the crucifixion, death, burial, and reresurrection of Jesus. So your initial point has already been debunked. But please show me the Bible verse for your criteria.
Okay, first, what I'm telling you. Now give it the definition of ad hoc.
Thank you. So ad hoc is a rationalization. Excuse me. Ad hoc rationalization is a logical fallacy that involves making up an explanation to defend a belief or claim without evidence. So that also doesn't fit. So after
the event is done, you're rationalizing the event.
But it says to make up the explanation. To making up an explanation to defend a belief or claim without evidence. So you can't say that because when Gorilla brought up Deuteronomy 28 and 68 and the transatlantic slave trade, as well as the other brother, that's an event that happened. That was proprophesied to happen.
No, it's a rationalization.
It's not rationalization.
It's a rationalization because those two events. It doesn't mean that those two. I don't understand why I got to let you talk, but you can't let me talk. So ad hoc. When you say ad hoc, right? You are taking and rationalizing an event, and then you're saying this event is related to this one. I'm making a rationalization for it after the fact. That's my rationalization. What I'm saying to you is this. What I'm saying to you is this. Even if I granted it to you and just said, you know what, I used the language incorrectly in both terms. What I'm saying is that after the event happens, you're rationalizing the event and trying to tie scripture in your interpretation back to it. You can't verify things that way because it wouldn't show that you were an actual prophet. Now, the gentleman who's under me said he can do this. He has done this. He will continue to do this. Where's the proof?
Hey, but I want to say something real quick. See, y'all fucked up. When you say that people look for signs and shit like that, right? But yet, you guys go to Deuteronomy 28:46 and talk about these very same things. It says, "And there shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder for thy seed, and upon thy seed forever." Damn, dog. Like, this is so easy, dude. He is easy to debunk. Now, he lured you guys by you admitting we're prophets. Y'all ain't no fucking nothing. Nobody can claim that, bro. Nobody can claim that.
But I agree with him, but I want to tell you an example. In Matthew, the first chapter, when Christ was born, you know what they said? They referenced Isaiah 7:14 and said, Christ is born from a virgin. I'm paraphrasing the scripture. So the same way a prophecy was written about Christ that is fulfilled later, that the prophet Matthew or the apostle Matthew deciphered and broke down, is the same way Deuteronomy 28 and 68 was written, that prophets came later and broke down. So when you say that it's an ad hoc, you would have to say that Christ also was an ad hoc. That's what you would have to say.
No, you wouldn't. That would also be another rationalization. So here, let's break this down. First and foremost, you're evading all answers to this, and you've been evading it the entire time. So I'm just going to ask again. I'll keep on asking until you can just say. Yeah. Okay. Great. Oh, great. Okay. I haven't answered your question, but anyway, one more time, I'm going to ask you, sir, if you are a prophet and you have indeed cast prophecy and they have been fulfilled, as you have claimed, can you show us or demonstrate any shred of proof for this?
The moment you answer my question, that's when I'll demonstrate my proof.
Okay,
actually, time out, Andrew, real quick.
I asked first. Yeah.
He asked first, and you try to avoid the entire question. We need some proof. This is crazy. Both of y'all saying that y'all prophets.
No, Cooley.
We need some proof.
No, Cooley. Here's the problem. He made a declaration of a prophetic standard and what it was. I'm asking him to validate his standardization that would make me dignify it with an answer. I reject what he's alleging is a prophetic standard. I don't think there's biblical precedence for his prophetic standard. So I'm asking him.
Okay.
Now,
talking white. Let's just summarize it real quick. He's talking white, a lot of verbiage, but he's going to get to the point right now. Okay, ready? Here we go.
demonstrate where it says in order for you to interpret
The problem
prophecy,
is, yeah.
hold on.
Go
In
ahead.
order for you to interpret prophecy, you must have to demonstrate that you have prophesied.
Okay,
Andrew, real quick.
You know
real
what?
quick,
I'll
Andrew.
just grant it. I'll just grant it.
Okay.
Let's assume for a moment that I'm completely incorrect just for the sake of argument. And I have no idea. Like, what am I even talking about? You claimed, sir, that you have done all of these things. So even if I'm wrong, and I'll just grant that I am for the sake of argument, can you now demonstrate that you have done any of those things, please?
How would you like me to demonstrate it?
By showing us evidence and proofs.
See, at this point, you can see that this taser face over here to the left, he's like, yeah, we fucked up on that one. Because that's what he's holding him to. And I think a smart man should get it right away. Yeah, I fucked up. But anyways, try to get out of it.
Okay, so how can I show you an evidence of proof?
That you have cast prophecy, you've written it down, it's come true, yeah.
How would I show you the evidence of that?
Show us the writings of it and the dates of it, and then say this is what happened. Things like this, the same way we verify the same way we verify things.
So if I go, okay, I wrote that there would be this happen, and I just showed you right here, and then I said this was written on the date of January 3rd, and then it happened January 4th. That's what I would need to do right now.
That would at least be some evidence.
That would be adequate.
That would at least be some evidence, yeah.
There are human beings in the chat that could attest to my prophecies, right?
So
I don't need to just take a piece of paper that I could have wrote at any time and try to postulate it as occurring. None of that is about the
Gorilla. I think you're mistaking.
One thing I noticed about BHI, y'all get aggressive. Like, it's not going to get anywhere. So y'all don't fucked up because you're not prophets, first of all. And if you guys were, then you should have never admitted it to your root of the people that taught you guys that the end of the world was going to be in 2000. You are part of that root. That's your family. That's your beginning. That's your end. That's your whole, endeavor. Like, there's no way to get around that, BHI. Y'all come from that fucking root, bro. And you know what's so interesting? Well, nah, I don't want to say that. Let's go.
Prophecy with intuition. All human beings have intuition.
I'm not mistaking anything. What I'm doing is
So you're really saying that you're a prophet? I try to actually give you a bone here. I try to give you a bone. So you real time, Gorilla.
He's like, bro, just say you're not. I'm a prophet. God damn it.
Time real quick, Gorilla. I've been chilling. I haven't been speaking. Gorilla, relax. I'm gonna have to mute you, bro. I wasn't speaking at all. I've been letting all of y'all speak. So I tried to give you a bone here. Are you not mistaking prophecy for intuition? Because everyone has intuition. You can be intuitive. Okay, that's cool. But if you're not saying that you're
Mind family, all fair game is when somebody questions your character of yourself, right? This fucking Cracker Barrel said, so you guys are prophets? Okay, prove it. Meaning, show me that you guys have holiness in you to even talk about the Bible, right? That's what it comes down to. But yet you're looking at this fucking white boy who cannot wash his ass for God knows why, right? This very typical with these Cracker Barrels. Y'all don't like to wash, you don't like to wipe your asses. Whatever. The point being is he's smoking a cigarette the whole time. How the fuck does that even relate to their whole Christian belief regarding being pure? Oh, so purity has nothing to do with the flesh. So that means you can be whatever you want on the flesh as long as you think you get salvation? Because everything has to do with character, bro. That's what the Bible talks about. Character. Did Jesus smoke cigarettes? Andrew Pussy Whoop Wilson with your wife of 5 babies and 3 fucking penises in her all the time? Till this very day. Because you want to know why? That's DNA. That's what it is.
Intuitive, and you're actually saying that you are a prophet? This is crazy. We would need some proof.
Oh, okay, listen, but here's the problem. He brought having to be a prophet into being able to interpret the Bible, right? That's the difference here. Whether I'm a prophet or not is not the conversation. He's trying to now deviate the conversation into that. He keeps talking about
that is the conversation. That is the conversation, brother. Because you said that only the Hebrew Israelites can be prophets. This all stream from your argument.
So it's real cute what you guys are doing right now. So let me explain what's happening. Hold on, Andrew. I'm talking, Andrew. right?
Go ahead, Gorilla.
We have somebody who's trying to postulate logic. That's allegedly the place he's coming
That's what
from.
I've been doing the entire time.
Cooley, I'm
I
not
defeated
talking.
y'all.
Cooley, I'm not talking about you. You're not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Andrew, who is allegedly coming from a place of logic. Who the first thing he said was, "There's no prophet after Christ." That was immediately and instantly debunked by Captain Azariah. He hasn't had to own up to that, right? Then he totally created a prophetic standard, tried to enforce it on people. When he was questioned, he could do nothing but concede, but alleges that he's coming from a place of logic. Since we've been on the camera, he's chain smoked when lung cancer is the leading cancer and killer of white Americans, period, right?
From smoking.
So he demonstrated him being wrong, him making things up, and him being illogical.
Okay.
Period. Now we're getting distracted.
Gorilla, chill out
We're
real quick,
getting
man.
distracted,
No,
bro.
we're not getting distracted. Let me tell you.
Family, remember, let's bring this back a little bit. You see how activated they are from this stupid ass because you need to know your audience. This is the same guy right here that had a problem with this broad over here.
Charlie, I just think honestly you're too stupid to understand them.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you
lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're a fucking don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid shut your mouth. It's because I'm better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people on are bullshit because you are not a traditional man.
Chuck.
Bro, he played y'all. This white boy played y'all, bro. Este gringo fucking se los cogió away. Edom played with Canaan. He's so easily debunked, bro.
Another logical fallacy.
Cooley, why did he ask if somebody was a prophet? Tell me.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. You know why? It's because the conversation that y'all can't answer the question. Remember, you said that God is a racist. You said that there's a hierarchy in heaven and only the Hebrew Israelites is going to be at the top of the hierarchy. It's only based off of their ethnicity. Then Andrew Wilson asked you a question. He said, well, how do you verify this? Is it through biology or is it through how do you find this out? You guys couldn't give an answer. You said through prophecy. He asked you, who's a prophet? I've been listening clearly here. He says, who's a prophet?
If he gave an answer, how did he not give an answer?
No, you say that you're
The way it went. Well, you could have just said, well, man, if you ask me, I can show you exactly who we are, according to this beautiful book. But anyhow, let's continue, man, because this gets even more interesting. And again, I want to bring you back to this concept here. This guy right here. Oh, no. Okay, hold on. Let me go back. Hold on. I don't want to give you guys only that okey doke take.
I'll try to rephrase this.
Longer.
So I'm going to reframe.
Of this asshole, of this dumbass that they had a hard time debating. This guy that they had a hard time debating is this guy right here that she demolished within seconds. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's like you need to know your audience. This guy's a right winger. Voted for Trump. You should have already known that shit. But sometimes you just don't know.
And I'm just going to be totally honest with you. I will never be able to convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
I know. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator or I don't make good points or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think honestly you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
So Andrew, can I sell you on?
Let me say this. I think when you guys should understand what just occurred right now. Let's say we're talking. Like, listen, I just don't think you can understand that shit. And you're like, okay, fine. But then what if I say, look, whatever, let's say we have a disagreement or something. And I say, I just don't think you can understand it, bro. Like, I don't want to explain it to you. Like, okay, fine. But what if I say, I don't want to explain it to you because I think you're stupid. See, it changes the dynamics. Now I attacked you. See, that's an attack on the person. When you're speaking of, let's say, when you're making statements, not offending nobody, that's cool. But when you calling somebody and like you're stupid, that's attacking the person. So now what does she do? Like what women are very good at is fucking attacking you. Because that's what they're natural at. So she goes deep in his insecurity of this fucking Cracker Barrel Christmas Christian celebrating bastard that got these people so shook up, and I don't know how did it get that. I mean, I thought you guys would have done better, but fuck, dude, he made you guys look stupid because he caught you on that little question, and y'all just kept going with it. But look, this is the weakness of this dude.
On my worldview?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you lick
sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're a f***ing dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your f***ing mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did I just say? Dyke?
He doesn't know it yet, but
Why your wife with the 5 baby daddies and 3 babies and 3 penises. Y'all should have known better, bro. You guys should have known better. Like, how did you not know this guy? Come on, man. You should always know that Edom or Esau is a conniving, deceiving bastard. Before we go any further on that, let me just want to play it a little bit more because it's like, bro, I mean, you talk, dude, this is a woman, bro. I don't even care if she's a lesbian. I don't talk to women like that. Like, I mean, I get mad at them, whatever, you know what I'm saying? But like in a way where he's like, you ain't shit. Like you're below me. I don't talk to people in general like that. That means that you feel like you're superior than somebody else. Like they're not even human. I don't look at people like that.
he lost that debate. How the tables have turned. So there's this very popular podcast, I'm sure men sit with OF girls and time how this potentially invite shitting. It hasn't been posted.
I don't know who this guy is. I'm just trying to get to the video, okay? Give me a break.
On their page debating with this. Decided to forget that and don't sleep be whoever your situation.
I'll try to rephrase.
An abortion while he disagrees. They went at it back and forth.
I'll try to rephrase this. I'm going to reframe. And I'm just going to be totally honest with you. I will never be able to convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
I know. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator.
We just heard that already. See, this is what I didn't like about that. Hold on, let me go to this point. Here it goes.
Argument that I possibly can, it would just be this, that everything we talk about is actually you curtailing freedom, not me. And everything that we end up ultimately discussing seems to come down to the fact that you just want to kind of engage in degenerate behaviors. And that's the only freedom you seem to care about, the freedom to promiscuously have sex and then have an to take care of that if you need to, even if it's the case that by removing that, there would be less unwanted babies born. You still think that we need to have that because, people just need to be able to if they want and be promiscuous if they want and have STDs if they want. It's like, it always seems like the freedom that you guys advocate for is only a freedom towards degeneracy and never actually about freedoms that are really intrinsic to the human experience.
Let me remind you, you fuckface motherfuckers. Man, this is why I don't like people like this guy, man. Christians are so stupid, bro. It's your book since you believe in it. Let me show you something. Malachi 2:14. I believe this is the one because it says here, and yet ye say, wherefore, because the Lord, hold on, let me do it this way because apparently that's what it needs. Malachi 2:14. It says this, you ask why he no longer accepts them. It is because he knows you have broken your promise to the wife you married when you were young. She was your partner, and you have broken your promise to her. Although you promised before God that you would be faithful to her. Didn't God make you one body in spirit with her? What was his purpose in this? It was not that you should have children who are truly God's people. So I'm going to give an example. So make sure that none of you break his promise to his wife. Watch what he says. I hate divorce. Says the Lord God of Israel. I hate it when one of you does such a cruel thing to his wife. Make sure that you do not break your promise to the faithful to your wife, meaning like You made her. If she ain't cheating on you, bro, and you just don't like some of the other shit, that's on you. That's because you didn't fucking check it. That's because you didn't fuck around and like you didn't say, okay, let me just check, make sure this is the woman I want to marry. No. God hates it when you divorce your woman just because. So you know why I read this? Because this fuckface right here married a woman that has 5 kids with 3 fucking men. I'm assuming they're divorced 3 times. Or else, what justification does he have to say that he married a woman that was she was out of wedlock? Apparently, she must have been married before, right? In order for him to be justifying Christianity like the way he talks about it. See, this is why I don't like you bastards. I'm not defending her lifestyle, man. Get that right. It's just so funny, dude, that this guy, this fucking dumbass, totally debunked you in a Canaanite channel. You know what I'm saying? Like Canaan, Edom, bro. Like y'all work together all the time. I always said it, bro. In my channel, I've never lied. This is Canaan and Edom. That's why it's just like confusion of face, confusion of concepts, confusion of knowledge, confusion of gods. Like and you know what? The real Israelites are not even the real Israelites are not even in this conversation right here. You want to know why? Because this is how stupid they are to be falling for this dumbass right here.
And kind of even more than that, I would just point this last thing out, which is, if you had a society where it was really full of more people like me, right? It was full of people who did take their religion seriously.
Oh, more people like me. You see what I'm saying? He didn't say. All right, let's go. Let's go, you fuckface.
Seriously, and they took their family dynamic seriously, and they took the things that they were doing seriously in regards to morality and ethics and how to treat people, and not sacrificing the whole for the small percentage of, LGBTQ people and this and that. How would the world really be a worse place?
Say this again. I'm not defending the LGBTQ, homosexuality, or any of that shit. I know I say sometimes I make jokes about it, or I even say, hey, listen, man, that's Greco-Roman stuff. Why are you guys fighting against it? I'm not supporting it, nor am I defending it. What I'm saying is this. I believe in my scriptures. I believe in our structure. If somebody's dealing with that situation, I pray to God that he gives you all the strength to get through that shit, because I don't know what that's about. I know it about, let me say it like this, because I know what alcoholism is about a spirit jumping on you and shit and like making you live a certain life that you don't want to live. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if that's what they think, but I'm assuming that's what happens, because that's what happened to me. I was an alcoholic, a heavy alcoholic for a long time. And I did not understand that fucking spirit that just... Now, alcoholism was going on in my family, but not like the one that I went through it. All praises to the Most High that I don't live that life no more. But I can express about it. I can talk about it. I can tell you for a fact that I had this alcoholic spirit that was so excessive where, if I drank, man, there was no way that I could put the drink down the next day. Like if I drank, let's say, for example, I went to a party and I drank, the next day I was drinking in the morning. Mine might go like 4 days straight of drinking. Like I was an alcoholic. So I am a total case of like, fuck, man, going on all bottom barrel type of shit and coming back, dude, and just not even having to deal with that spirit no more. I still drink, but not like that. And I cannot guarantee you guys that you could do what I can do. Because I know there's groups that say AA can do this. I don't know. I don't know, man. The shit that I went through, I don't think people can come back from it. And I'm not saying I'm special like that. I just don't know why the Most High actually really... I'm just thankful that the Most High did what he did, man. And I can attest, and my family can attest to it. because it was fucking heavy duty. I was one sofa away from being a homeless man. But now, thank God I own a business and I help my family. And so when I read this stuff here, and I say this to you guys, this conversation about these people, the Israelites are not in here. And that's why I'm embarrassing them, because this guy is a simpleton. You should have known better.
Place.
Now, yes, it is true. Unfortunately, everyone just click a boom booms. Everyone nowadays, it's like the drinking water. That's how easy it is with the internet nowadays, right? It's the men, it's the women's, and yes, fuck these people, and keep on checking on them in the comment section.
That's right. I don't want to play this anymore. Okay, so I think we're good here. Oh, here we go. Okay, let's go back to this. All right, now we know.
You're a prophet, and then he's trying to ask you to verify. Stop, Gorilla, stop. You wanted me to explain. He's asking to verify.
Just lied in front of everybody. You just lied.
No
Yes, you did.
bro.
You just told me that we couldn't give an answer and then told us what our answer was. That's a lie. How can we not give an answer, but we gave an answer?
Stop it. You're misinterpreting what I'm saying now.
I'm not misinterpreting
That's what
nothing.
you're doing.
You just said we didn't do something in the position.
Very upset.
Gorilla, listen real quick, bro. Real quick, Gorilla. And Andrew, I'll let you land your plane.
No, that's because you're lying, bro.
No one's lying. No one's lying, man.
You're a prophet is what the lie is, sir.
You believe in a racist.
You said we did something. That's a lie.
Stop it, Gorilla. Stop it. You believe in a racist.
If you were a prophet,
God.
you should have known that and predicted it beforehand and written it down, and then he could demonstrate the proof of it.
True. We actually just looking for you to verify prophecy.
Hold on. Yes, because prophets are clairvoyants. No, there's not. A prophet is not a psychic. Being able to foresee an event from occurring does not give you the ability to see everything before it happens, dickhead. Be for
How do
real.
you know? How do you know?
Because I know enough.
Because you know? Because you know?
I know enough
Because you know?
not to chain smoke, Andrew.
Yeah, you're so mad. You don't know enough not to eat a bunch of fucking cheeseburgers, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro.
I can't wait till you get cancer, man. I heard this been aggressive.
Nah, he's not getting canceled, man.
No, I said cancer, not canceled. I don't want him canceled.
Oh, you said.
See, so then the white boy says, look at your cheeseburgers. Like he's in much better shape. Listen, I grew up boxing, right? So I was in good shape at one point. Maybe the guy on the upper left, he's probably in shape. Nobody in here other than him is in shape. For him to say, así como piggy, it's pretty stupid. You guys are not catching on to this guy, are you? This is typical fucking Edomite shit.
Man, why would you wish that on someone? That's crazy, man. Why would you actually wish cancer on someone, not cancel? I would actually, if we're speaking about morality here, this is the thing, bro. Gorilla, time out, stop.
I didn't wish anything on anybody.
Time out, stop,
I didn't
Gorilla.
say I hope you get cancer. Did I?
Time out, stop, Gorilla. Stop.
Did I say I hope you got cancer?
Stop, Gorilla.
Did I say that?
When you and all of these Hebrew Israelites,
lying again. There you are lying.
Bro, your voice is as loud as your cholesterol. Calm down, bro. Calm down.
Bro, listen, I just muted you real quick. I'm going to unmute you, but listen, man, this entire debate was all structured around morality, right? You guys all admitted that racism is immoral, but then you also say that God is a racist God. So you wasn't here yet, first Cap, but I'm speaking about Gorilla and then 6'5". The other Hebrew Israelite was up here first. You're saying that that's a lie? We can just rewind the tape back. We have the proof. You said that you believe in a racist God. But you also say that racism is immoral. So that means that God is immoral? This entire conversation is about meta-ethics, morality. But guess what? Your meta-ethics is incompatible with your informative ethics. So this hierarchy that you supposedly, that there is in heaven, that only Hebrew Israelites is going to be on top is only based by race, this would deem that God is racist. And guess what? You've all said that, well, only Hebrew Israelites can be prophets. Andrew Wilson is asking a specific question to verify how you are a prophet. You haven't given us any answers. You're reading some...
Last 30-something minutes has been about how the first initial question started around here. Something around here. So you guys are prophets now. And then he hooked them up to the whole time. Now he's like, yo, listen, man, da-da-da-da-da-da. And it was all based on the fact that you guys could be the prophets to explain why these things... What a waste of time. You see what I'm saying? Like, let's put it this way, bro. This guy, he got triggered by this girl.
Charlie, I just think, honestly, you're too stupid to understand them.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you...
you
lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're a fucking... Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your mouth. It's because I'm better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people on are bullshit because you are not a traditional man.
Chuck.
You know, that's the thing, because he's better than her. Isn't this the same thing that he's arguing about against? He just said to her, I'm better than you. I am supreme over you. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm supreme over you. I'm better than you. Listen to this shit.
Shut your mouth. It's because I'm better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people on are bullshit because you are not a traditional man.
Chuck.
You see what I'm saying? I'm better than you. How is this any different? Okay, let's just put it. Let me take a step back and say, okay, what? I'm not a Hebrew. I'm just looking at this argument. These are saying we're better than you, and he's saying, no, you're not. Didn't he just tell her that he's better than her?
Charlie, I just think honestly you're too stupid to understand them.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you
lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're a fucking. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your
Don't tell shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Dude, this guy's a total fag, by the way. Anyways, but let's just continue.
mouth. It's because I'm better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because
See, because he's better than her. Let me play it again.
About my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your mouth. It's because I'm better than you, Charlie.
What is that?
You're a fucking. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your mouth. It's because I'm better than you, Charlie. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your mouth. It's because I'm better than you, Charlie.
You see what I'm saying? So here he sits here and tells these, matter of fact, I'm going to be neutral for today. These brothers, and says that, no, you should not feel superior than me because you should not be better than me. How can you be better than me? But he says he's superior.
Top of the hierarchy. It's only based off of their ethnicity. Then Andrew Wilson asked you a question. He said, well, how do you verify this? Is it through biology, or is it through, how do you find this out? You guys couldn't give an answer. You said through prophecy. He asked you, well, who's a prophet? I've been listening clearly here. He says, who's a prophet?
If we gave an answer, how did we not give an answer?
No, you say that you're a prophet, and then he's trying to ask you to verify. Stop, Gorilla, stop. You wanted me to explain.
Hold on,
he's asking to
you
verify.
just lied in front of everybody. You just lied. Yes, you did.
Bro.
You just
Realize that not the whole entire time they weren't even arguing about the Bible. They were arguing about being a prophet and shit. You know what I'm saying? Look what you listen to.
So but we gave the answer.
Stop it. You're misinterpreting what I'm saying.
I'm
now.
not misinterpreting
That's what
nothing.
you're doing.
You just said we didn't do something and then proceeded.
Very upset.
Gorilla, listen real quick, bro. Real quick, Gorilla. And Andrew, I'll let you land your plane.
No, that's because you're lying, bro.
No one's lying. No one's lying, man.
You're a prophet. Is what the lie is, sir.
You believe in a racist.
You said we did something. That's a lie.
Stop it, Gorilla. Stop it. You believe in a racist God.
If you were a prophet, you should have known that and predicted it beforehand and written it down, and then he could demonstrate the proof of it.
True. We actually just looking for you to verify prophecy.
Hold on. Yes, because prophets are clairvoyants. No, there's not. A prophet is not a psychic. Being able to foresee an event from occurring does not give you the ability to see everything before it happens, dickhead. Be for
How do
real.
you know? How do you know?
Because I know enough.
Because you know? Because you know?
I know enough
Because you know?
not to chain smoke, Andrew.
Yeah, you're so mad. Yo, you don't know enough not to eat a bunch of fucking cheeseburgers, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro.
I can't wait till you get the answer, man.
Check it out. So then this guy laughs as soon as he says cheeseburgers. What if he would have said, after the fact that your wife had 5 babies from 3 fucking dicks, would the Negro to the left have laughed? Or at least the white man with woolly hair? See, nowadays you can't even tell, fam, because you know what? Who knows who's white and black in this picture right here? Honestly. If you really think about what's going on in DNA and all that shit, none of these motherfuckers can prove anything anyways. First of all, these guys claim to be Christians, believers of the chosen. That's what they say. We're the chosen because we believe. And the bottom ones are like, well, we're the chosen because we black. It's no different. The joke is right in front of you. You guys don't even see that, do you?
Nah, he's not getting canceled, man.
Hey, can
No, I
can
said
chime in?
cancer, not canceled. I don't want to cancel.
Oh, you said,
Hey, can I-
man, why would you wish
can I
that
chime
on
in?
someone? That's crazy, man. Why would you actually wish cancer on someone, not cancel?
Hold on.
I would
Hold on.
actually,
Did
if
I-
we're speaking
did I
about
wish-
morality here, this is the
Cooley,
thing, bro. Gorilla,
Cooley, did I wish anything on anybody?
Time out, stop.
I didn't
Time
wish
out, stop.
anything on anybody.
Time out, stop,
I didn't
Gorilla.
say I hope you get cancer. Did I?
Time out, stop, Gorilla. Stop.
did I say
This
I hope you got
entire-
cancer?
Stop, Gorilla.
Did I say that?
When you
Lying
and all
again.
of these Hebrew Israelites,
Lying
when you're
again.
gang-
There you are lying
Whoa, your
again.
voice is as loud as your cholesterol. Calm down, calm down,
Bro,
bro.
I'm
Calm
muting you,
down.
bro. Listen, I just
Holy
muted
shit.
you real quick. I'm going to unmute you, but listen, man. This entire debate was all structured around morality, right? You guys all admitted that racism is immoral, but then you also say that God is a racist God. So you're what? Well, you wasn't here yet, first Cap, but I'm speaking about Gorilla and then 6'5". The other Hebrew Israelite was up here first. You're saying that that's a lie. We can just rewind the tape back. We have the proof. You said that you believe in a racist God. But you also say that racism is immoral. So that means that God is immoral? This entire conversation is about meta-ethics, morality. But guess what? Your meta-ethics is incompatible with your informative ethics. So this hierarchy that you supposedly, that there is in heaven, that only Hebrew Israelites is going to be on top is only based by race, this would deem that God is racist. And guess what? You've all said that, well, only Hebrew Israelites can be prophets. Andrew Wilson is asking a specific question to verify how you are a prophet. You haven't given us any answers. You're reading some scriptures. You're going off point. We need proof.
Okay, so I just want to give a brief recap because what you're saying
You
is
just
incorrect.
lied on me again.
I don't know if
I
you wasn't
never
listening.
said racism was immoral. I never said that. That's a lie. Again, thank you.
Right, and I don't know. I don't know if you
No, I
wasn't
didn't.
listening.
Okay.
I don't know if you wasn't listening to the answer. But when he first now, so you gave a good recap. I'm gonna get the correct recap. So when he came on here saying to prove that we're prophets, the first thing I did was.
So now, you see, this is why it's so important to be mindful of your thoughts, your processes, your experiences, your situations, your conversations. Now you guys are trying to excuse yourselves of the fucking mistake that I had been saying for a while. Like, y'all fucked up. You should have never said that. So now you're like, well, you know, like, whatever bitch way you can explain it. You should have never said you were prophets. First of all, because you're not. And second, because like nobody can say that. Not the white boy over here with the fucking wife with 5 babies and 3 dicks in her still. Because no, that's a fact, fam. He's married to a woman that has 5 babies with 3 baby daddies, and he claims to be a true Christian. Okay, that's not a lie. Look it up. So this is what they're dealing with. Like, what? You telling me that guy had an advantage over you? Yeah, because you know sometimes like people don't read. See, I like to read, and I like to read about everybody. I just don't get it. How can you be fooled by this guy? Now, let's continue listening.
Read Christ's answer when he was asked to prove. And he immediately said, a perverse and adulterous generation seeketh for a sign, which is what he's looking for. So if Christ is our king and who we look after, just like he didn't feel the need to prove himself to those people.
Except through a resurrection? Except through a resurrection?
Anybody when they spoke. I didn't interrupt anybody when they spoke.
No proof except the whole resurrection.
I didn't interrupt anybody when they spoke.
Oh, man.
When they asked him to prove himself, the same way he's asking to prove himself, he called them a perverse and adulterous generation that seeketh for a sign. I didn't call him that. I just said the same way my King Christ didn't feel the need to prove himself to them, I don't have to prove myself but by.
See, that's when I think he fucked up. You can't say that because you guys always go to Deuteronomy 28 and verse 46 and say that through the signs, you're going to find out who you are according to the Bible. Deuteronomy 28:46 says, they will be evidence of God's judgment on you and your descendants forever. Let's go to King James 28:46. It says here, and they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder and upon thy seed forever. So this is where Man, you're wrong, bro. You see, like, you're not Judah, my friends. Judah knows the Bible. This is Judah right here. You understand what I'm saying? We know the Bible. This stuff right here that you guys are dealing with, this could have been very simply taken care of, and I'll show you how. Let's continue.
Teaching, and then I read the verse. I said, Christ said he was proving by teaching them repentance. So when you say that we didn't answer the question, we absolutely answered the question. Then Gorilla asked him to prove the criteria that he has the right to ask us that question. He yielded and said, I don't know where that's at in the Bible. Now, once he says, I don't know where that's at in the Bible, we don't have to answer
That's a lie.
Never happened.
He just said, what if I say it's not in the Bible? What
No,
did I say?
No, I was granting. I'm granting.
I didn't hear that shit. I might have stepped away, but you know what I'm saying? I didn't hear any of that. Let's go.
Yeah, for the sake of argument.
He's granting it so you
to
can
show
prove
where the
it.
logic goes.
Wait. Because I didn't interrupt nobody when they spoke. But if you want to use the word granting instead of yielding, he still did not show the biblical. We talk about the Bible. So whatever we talk about has to come from the Bible. So if it's somewhere in the Bible where someone can ask, hey, prove your prophet, then he would have a legit question. But if I read in the Bible, when Christ was asked to prove he was a prophet, and he answered him by calling him perverse and adulterous, you can't tell me that I have to prove to him. So now,
so I'll give you the proofs.
I just want to finish.
Okay.
And then you can give the
all right, cool. Land your plane, man.
Then he said, then he brought up the term ad hoc. Well, he brought up the wrong word, but I read both definitions for him. And he said, we can't take a verse from the past and use it as a prophecy for the future. That's what he said. No. And then I used Isaiah 7:14. Isaiah 7:14 said, behold, a virgin shall conceive. And when Christ was born, they used a verse from the past to reveal it as a prophecy of the future. And then I highlighted how Guerrilla Hebrew used Deuteronomy 28:68, a verse from the past, as a prophecy of the future. Unless you're going to tell me the prophets that use Deuteronomy 28:68 as a fulfill point, then we've actually answered your question, because that's been the answer. So you can't say that we didn't. You can disagree with the answer, but you can't say that we didn't answer the question.
Yeah, I can say he didn't answer to the question that was asked. He answered to the question that was not asked. So the thing is we're talking about verification. We're talking about Jesus.
This is something that the white boys do. They're like trying to be like Ben Shapiro and shit. Well, we're like trying to make sure that you don't like trust and believe. They say about 5 words and then one of them makes sense. You understand what I'm saying? They say 5 words and then one of them makes sense. I'm telling you, family.
Jesus Christ.
Say that we didn't answer the question.
Yeah, I can say he didn't answer to the question that was asked. He answered to the question that was not asked. So the thing is we're talking about verification. We're talking about Jesus Christ verifying that he was a prophet. He conducted miracles. He made the prediction of the resurrection. He literally demonstrated these miracles and the resurrection. To say that Jesus Christ gave no proofs of his divinity or prophecy is insane. He gave proof. Hang on, my turn, bro, my turn.
Let him land his plane, man.
Okay.
Cooley, I love how you
can't say anything. Got to just filibuster. You got to just filibuster.
The whole world is seeing it.
Yeah, good. I'm glad the whole world is seeing it.
Listen, bro, I literally had like 4 Hebrew Israelites against me. Andrew Wilson is on my side. I'm giving him a chance to speak. That's all I'm doing.
Yes, I'm just saying to you, there's proof after.
Oh, there's just one more above you. He just jumped on. All of a sudden now, it's like the whole world against the Christians, the black and white ones, the nappy and the blondes, the putos and the putas.
Proof after proof, verification after verification provided by Christ himself that he was a prophet in his own works over and over and over, including the resurrection itself, that shows and demonstrates that his prophetic ability. I don't even know how you can deny that. It's absurd. You point to a passage that you're misinterpreting the context of. That's one. And then 2, when we dive into this, remember this gentleman below me said that he himself has done all of these things. He's done all of them. But the only proof that he can give to us is, well, some of my friends can verify and vouch for it. No one's going to accept that as proof. That's ridiculous. Hang on. Let me finish. I'm almost done. Okay. So again, all I'm asking for is some.
Is he still talking about the prophetic part of it, or what the fuck?
Verification of the proofs. You say, I don't have to prove it to you because I can point to scripture, right? But think about this, how silly this actually is. Because think about how many people, if this was a true claim, and he went ahead and provided the proofs for this claim, how many people would instantly go over to your side right this second? There's no logical reason whatsoever you wouldn't just go ahead and provide proof for the claim that you're prophets.
Oh, okay. So like Captain Azaria
He's still stuck on that. That's it. Okay, so for about 37 minutes, he attacked him about that topic somewhere around here. And then I said something around this moment. I said, bro, he did it on purpose, man. He just hooked you guys. And the whole fucking time, y'all were like, we're not that, or we are those people, and yada, 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 and da, 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 da. And now we're here. You see what I'm saying? So some people don't know how to debate. And like this butt plug over here, like, dude, just, you guys should have known better, bro. Butt plug Sakari.
Same way you didn't have to believe Jesus. It's your
stop being emotional. You see what I'm saying? Y'all should have known better, bro.
already proof. Verse is in practice when Christ was.
Why'd you let this guy teach you guys? I kept saying it. He ain't from Oceanside. He ain't from North County. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't believe me.
I don't even know how you could deny that. It's absurd. You point to a passage that you're misinterpreting the context of. That's one. And then two, when we dive into this, remember, this gentleman below me said that he himself has done all of these things. He's done all of them. But the only proof that he can give to us is, well, some of my friends can verify and vouch for it. No one's going to accept that as proof. That's ridiculous. Hang on. Let me finish. I'm almost done. Okay. So again, all I'm asking for is some verification of the proofs. You say, I don't have to prove it to you because I can point to scripture, right? But think about this, how silly this actually is. Because think about how many people, if this was a true claim, and he went ahead and provided the proofs for this claim, how many people would instantly go over to your side right this second? There's no logical reason whatsoever you wouldn't just go ahead and provide proof for the claim that you're prophets.
Oh, okay, so like Captain Zariak proved, right? Nobody said that Christ did not verify that he was a prophet. Mm-hmm. What Zariak proved by verse is in practice, when Christ was challenged on his prophetic authority, he did not provide the proof. He did not dignify that challenge with the proof. So what he's demonstrating is we're doing the same.
Let me just make it simple. Misunderstood, that's it. Let's move on. This is not a topic that I want to waste my time on. That white boy right there, that fucking dude. Okay, here, matter of fact, let me show you this guy. Let me show you this guy right here. This guy right here. That fucking white boy right there, okay? This is who he is.
Charlie, I just think, honestly, you're too stupid to understand them.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you...
Under
you lick sniz.
Under your religion.
Uh-huh. You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're a fucking... Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid... Shut your mouth. It's because I'm better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people on are bullshit because you are not a traditional man.
Chuck.
You sniz licker. They see you lick sniz. It's hilarious to me when these podcasters get called out for not living the lives that they promote. Andrew Wilson, Wilson, is a fucking weirdo. He says the most egregious shit about women and all kinds of things, right? When that creator right there told him the truth about his wife, like, yeah, you said you want a traditional woman and you pick on people who are not traditional women. Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before, which is the truth, apparently, right? And he gets angry and starts to personally attack her. You lick sniz. You see, don't talk about my wife. Oh, he's literally talking about her. He called her stupid, so she went back on the attack and told the truth. This community note is hilarious. It says Rachel Wilson, Andrew Wilson's wife, has had 5 children with 3 different men. One of the children being out of wedlock, which goes against the traditional values Andrew Wilson speaks on. Yes, he is literally a hypocritical weirdo. He just says stupid shit to enrage people and to get clicks and whatnot, and people keep putting him on platforms. He does not live the life he promotes, and then tries to pick on other people who don't live the life that he promotes.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I mean? You see, there's things that I know that some people just don't know. Like, I don't fuck around with people, bro. That's why if they ever, I think that's why they don't come to my channel. Because they know that I may know some shit about them. I don't know, man. Like, I'm so ahead of people, bro. I'm so ahead of people. And I'm so thankful of that. And I thank the Most High for just... Shit, man. Thank you, Father.
same thing following
He
after
didn't
Christ.
have to, because one, he was Christ, and two, the other reason that he didn't need to is because he already was. He was already doing it. The voraciousness of the proof, was already demonstrated.
Doing it. And
Show
we're
us.
already-
Show me.
Hold on, but again, real quick, you popping up, having zero familiarity with us whatsoever, coming and trying to challenge us, does not take away from the fact that we've already proven ourselves and our works for
To
well
who?
over a
You haven't proved
decade.
it to me.
But we don't. But that's
if I
the
could say
point that he
something
showed. We don't have to prove it to you. Just because you show up in our first
Why should
conversation
anybody believe you
trying
then?
to challenge us, we don't have to prove it.
And
to
why
you.
should anybody believe you?
And if I could,
You don't have to believe me.
And they're not going to.
You don't have
Give me a
to-
logical reason why you won't show me proof.
Hold on. Just the same way you didn't have to believe Jesus. It's your choice.
Yeah,
You don't have to believe anybody.
Can you?
You know what I love about my channel family? And I only have a few people that follow now. Like, I only have a few people that actually listen to me on live now. Is the fact that we can prove that we are those Hebrews according to the food, according to the clothing. Now keep in mind that when I say the food and the clothing, right? Connect that to yourselves. And then also the music. Like I proved that already in my channel. So we have the food, the clothing, and the music. Right? Just think about that for a moment. I've shared with you guys like exactly like the depth of like a folklore. Man. If you think about that, we don't even have to go to the curses. I mean, if I had to, I guess I would. But it's not a necessity. They do all the time.
It's just here. What's the logical?
I don't want you to believe me.
What is
Andrew.
the? You don't want me to believe you?
One mic at a time, fellas. One mic at a time.
Well, I understand. Logically, just give me a reason why you won't show proofs. A logical reason.
If I could, I'll give you a logical reason.
Okay.
You said, you misled. I'm glad Gorilla pointed out. I never said Christ didn't show no miracles. I said when he was asked to prove himself, he denied it. And then you tried to make a statement that everybody knew Jesus did. Everybody didn't, because if they did, they wouldn't have asked him to prove it. The fact that they asked him to prove it lets you know that everybody didn't want to believe in him either. They like, show us this, show us that, the same way you are. So like when it comes to that, when you read Daniel 12 and 9, for example, it says, and he said, go thy way, Daniel, for the words are closed up and sealed until the time of the end. The only way that seal gets opened up is first when Christ resurrected, and then when he revealed it to his prophets to wake up the children of Israel, which is going to happen at the latter end, which is what you see now. But we don't have to prove it to you. That's why I don't understand why people, like I said, even if you don't accept the answer, I gave you book, chapter, verse as to why I don't have to answer you. You have not provided a book, chapter, verse that you can ask that question.
Do you understand that anybody?
Can you provide,
anybody?
Before I mute up, I'm gonna mute up now. But can you provide the book, chapter, verse of the question that you're asking?
Yes, Deuteronomy 18:20 through 22. But the prophet who presumes to speak in my name, anything I have not commanded, or a prophet who speaks in the name of other gods, is to be put to death. You may say to yourself, how can we know when a message has not been spoken by the Lord? If what prophet proclaims in the name of the Lord does not take place or come true, that is a message the Lord has not spoken. The prophet has spoken presumptuously. Do not be alarmed. So, sir, can you give me the proof, please?
No problem. And we answered that when Gorilla Hebrew gave you Deuteronomy 28 and 68.
No, he's asking for proof.
I'm providing.
Like, I don't think that's what you're doing. I don't think.
So I don't even this Cracker Barrel dumbass smoker of five baby mama, 3 dicks in his face. You know, he brought out a good verse, but he didn't even understand exactly what it meant. And this is how they got debunked, bro. It's just so sad, man. You guys got destroyed by this guy, bro. I'm gonna show you some shit right now.
You're understanding what he's saying.
Hey, when Christ was born, I'm gonna ask this simple question because I don't know if this is remedial, if y'all not listening or what. When Christ was born, did they quote a scripture that happened before Christ was born and then apply it to Christ? Yes or no?
Yes.
So if we take that same pattern as the prophets of God to see this prophecy of Deuteronomy 28 and 68 and then apply it to us today, aren't we doing the same thing? Yes or no?
Yeah, so what you're talking about is again making it's logically makes no sense. A prophet who presumes to speak in my name. Okay, here's what your guidelines are. How can we know when the message has not been spoken by the Lord? right? If what a prophet proclaims in the name of the Lord does not take place or come true, that is a message the Lord has not spoken through him. So this gentleman claimed, and this was my claim, that you need to verify yourself this way because the Bible says that, claimed that you, sir, could do this. So I'm asking you, since you say you do it in the name, hey, stop, bro. Since you say you do it in the name of the Lord, to go ahead and give me the proof of verification, please.
So nice try, Andrew. That verse does not demonstrate the criteria that you laid out. That verse did not say in order to have the capability to interpret scripture, you would have to first be a prophet and your prophecies would have to be demonstratable by X, Y, and Z.
If you claim
hold on, Andrew. I mean, mid-sentence. Thank you. I mean, cool. You ain't gonna get. You're not gonna.
Y'all both hashing it out, bro. I'm letting you land your plane. Go ahead. Y'all both hashing it out. Land your plane.
I would just love you to have the same vigor you have when we're talking when he's talking.
When y'all do ad hominems,
I would love that.
I like ad hominems, but go ahead. Land your plane, bro. Gorilla, land your plane.
Today,
but exactly. So anyway, that verse says, how do we know if somebody gave a false prophecy if they said something was going to happen and it didn't happen? So
what if I just do this for a moment and just say to you guys, fuck all you motherfuckers, and I prove my point? This is the only channel that has ever taught you guys that we came from the West, driven ourselves to the East. This is the only channel that has ever done that. Okay? So watch this. Our records have been unsealed, family. You know, I could have took all this information in and I would have done it myself. But you know what? I'm going to play you guys a fucking video that's going to go through our whole history. Whether you like it or not, I don't give a fuck. But this is who we are. And y'all going to have to answer to this shit right here. Because there comes a time, bro, where, you know what, man? We have everything about who we are. Can't deny this shit no more. That are watching from afar. Let me see who I can't see. For some reason, I can see certain people on one side, and I can't see everybody. I have no idea. What up, brother? You're Rayat. Jeremías, buenos días. You know what I mean by that. Got Dice, and then Waracuya. What's up, brothers? What's going on? Hope you guys are doing good. Let me turn this down real quick. All right. So check this out. I've been hold on. Been working a week. So I plan to show you guys something very important today. So let's kind of reflect a little bit here. You know, everybody can understand, if you've been watching this channel for a while, that we had to deal with BHIs, well, Christianity, you know, before all of this occurred, Christianity, right? We didn't know any better. Then BHI. And slowly and surely, this little other worm tried to creep up. Slowly and surely started creeping. And now it's fully here. You know, and I'm talking about wobbles. Now, I had a feeling that they were going to end up using the Bible eventually. And I know that there's brothers that may watch this channel, don't agree with me because you don't believe the Bible. That's fine. But you want to know something? Oh, well, you're going to have to face this. You're finally going to have to face it. Because you got wobbles throwing shit at you guys. And you have no idea what they're talking about. Why? Because of this personal vendetta you have with whatever it might be. So I'm going to show you guys through this book who you are. Okay? I'm going to show you guys. Hold on. That goes for everybody in the islands and in the mainland, all Meshicas. I'm gonna show you guys some real shit today. All right. So please do me a favor. Please do me a favor. At least take some notes. Because about what better way to destroy ignorance and stupidity with something that I mean, how are they going to answer this? See, most of these people, they're using pictures, colors, and a bunch of schemes. The same thing they did with the Bible, okay? So instead of me going to Deuteronomy like every BHI camp tends to do, I'm going to go into, how can I say it? Let me see. Hold on. Hey, you know, there's the static, so oh well, but you know what I mean? Just hang in there. All right, so, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of give you guys some point of views, and then I'm going to speak on with conviction more than you probably maybe have heard me in regards to certain things I found out about myself. So you know what? I think with what I found, I can prove that I have some say so in this book and in the history here in this land, because I am here, and our people. Okay, and there's nothing y'all can do about it. You're just gonna have to swallow this heavy ass pill. But before we do, all courtesy to our brother BTC. And again,
you know, when
I show videos of other people's channels because I like their videos. I may not agree with them. They may not agree with me. That doesn't mean that we speak for each other. You guys need to understand that. And I don't mean this in regards to VTC or anybody. I call it VTC, you know, Vickstown. I mean this for anybody else that I use material. I'm not saying you agree with me. I just like your shit and I want to use it. So right now, I want to use. I'm going to show you guys something very important. And you guys know my intro here, and quite frankly, I'm very proud of it. I really don't know what it means, to be honest with you. Thanks for the brother that got it for me, man. But you know what? This was not something that is everywhere. So I know that they're maybe listening and watching. So by all means, please stick around, man. This channel may actually be doing some real shit here, okay? Let's go.
Growing up in Jackson Heights, Queens, I learned the same history that they taught kids all over America. That George Washington cut down his cherry tree, that Ben Franklin flew his kite, and Abe was honest. Guess what was missing? Us, the Latino contributions to this country.
People tend to forget that Latinos were here long before the United States existed.
Most of the history we're still taught is from the point of view of the conquistadors who tried to wipe out any trace of advanced indigenous cultures to justify their massive theft of our new world wealth.
The sophistication in the arts, in architecture of these massive cities that were bigger than European cities.
They invented life-saving medical practices. They also calculated the movements of the planets, and they wrote it all down in their sacred books.
Descubrimos un túnel que nos conduce hasta el frente del templo de la serpiente emplumada.
¿Pero es peligroso o qué?
Es muy peligroso, pero no puedes tocar las paredes, que es muy venenoso.
It's as epic as any of the great wonders you've learned about in history class.
And this is really important for Latinos to know and for other people to know about Latino roots.
Mexican and Mexican-American people were lynched at rates similar to the rates that black people were lynched.
When we talk about executions, it's not like we have to document them because the Rangers would take pictures.
We were forbidden to speak Spanish, and for every word of Spanish that you spoke, we were hit with a bat.
We were not supposed to have any political rights. The idea of being a peon was you take it, and we didn't take it. We didn't accept it.
You can't have a history book about the United States without considering the histories of all of the Latino communities.
Guy Gabaldon, when he served on Saipan, captured by himself between 1,300 and 1,500 enemy soldiers.
We don't just make contributions to U.S. history. We have changed U.S. history.
The Young Lords, they drafted the first known patient Bill of Rights. And these were kids,
I would have never thought of the Young Lords would have created this, yeah.
We come from women who have done this before us, and we stand and we draw our strength from them.
Sí, se puede. The most important thing I think that we have to do is make people understand that we are one human race. And that way we can stop discrimination and stop domination. Sí se puede.
Awesome.
Thank you.
September 27, 2024 is when this movie's coming out, or series, whatever it may be. I find it interesting, especially now with these wobbleisms, man. And you know, it's they're being used by the Kabbalah, the back movements, the Khazars, and the black boule or black nobility or boule, all of that shit. Y'all cannot run from my fucking thing. I'm going to expose your ass. And at the same time, I'm going to show my gente who the hell they are. And I'm going to see if you can prove that what I'm going to show you, Wobbles, that you can actually share that this is what you have to. If you say you're from originally here, well, I'm going to show you that I know that we have those things still to this day. The big book says those things in there. And I'm not just going to say basic shit. I'm going to go deep. I'm just getting started. Let's go.
To take over a young man by the age of 17, and the name of Cuauhtemoc will stand up, and he will fight fiercely for his people. Hundreds of Cortez's men will die. Cortez will almost nearly be caught in the first battles in Tenochtitlan. He will have to retreat to safety. And this next part becomes so important to understand. Safety in which he finds among those natives he is able to divide and conquer. Those natives he is able to divide and conquer. Those that side with Cortez out of the fear for their own lives. And those that side with Cortez out of the dissatisfaction of their existing government. Be clear on that point. Be clear on that point. Divide and conquer, which affects each and every one of us in this room today. Look at us. Divided over the colors of our skin, hating each other because we have a different color skin, divided over the languages that we speak, sometimes we even ridiculously divided over the clothes that we wear. All of us in this room and in this society, we condemn gangs and gang violence, and we condemn the division of gangs that are divided over colors. But I don't entirely blame you. For youth learn by example, and what example have we taught them except violence and division? Everywhere in a society you turn, there is violence and division. And how do you want them to learn anything different? My challenge to all of us in this room is, how can we learn to come together to set an example for the upcoming generations? They're looking for a way out. Are you going to give it to them, or are you going to go along with the division that perpetuates the decline of not only our own people, but of humanity?
Man, that's fire, bro. That's some fire right there, bro. You know what I mean? You can't put it any other way, you know. And I am, and this is why I guess you could say I do these classes, man. You know what I'm saying? Call it an innate feeling, whatever that may be. But I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna give you a little bit of science. And then I'm going to show you a little bit of some shit that I got. Because, you know, there's some people that had made fun of it. You know what I mean? There was a time. I don't give a shit now. But I figured, let me bring it up again. Because you know what? This is what it is, man. So if you believe in science, I'll give you a little science. So I'm going to share with y'all on a scientific level who I am according to the science. Now, this is going to go into like actual science regarding haplo, when you'll talk about the origination of human, which they say it's Africa, blah, blah, blah. Okay, if you believe that, that's fine. The Bible says otherwise, but we'll entertain this, and I'll entertain it since you guys asked. So since you're making fun of me, and at the same time, assuming I'm not of the gente, fine, it's okay. But at least I can prove that what I've been showing in the Bible is actually in my DNA. So why do I know what I know? It's because it's in my DNA. You know what I'm saying? That's why. And that's the fucking problem you got with me. That's why. So I'm going to show you today who I am according to science, and why I know what I know, And how come I am going to talk about it? Because this is my cultura too. So let's go back. You don't believe in the Bible, you better stick around, man. Because you better start learning some shit.
And the people in the audience. The Out of Africa event has never been debunked. And the people of America via Beringia has never been debunked either. We have genetic and archaeological evidence, right, to connect all this.
Hey, let me intercept, bro. Hold on, let me intercept quick. Let me get to this point right here. Why does it matter? You guys got to know, bro. And see, this is one thing that I always attest to in all my videos. If you guys look at my 630 something videos, I trust every single one of them. My internet's messing up, family. I really don't know why. We'll start right around here, okay? And then we'll stop at around, we'll let it run for 2 minutes. If you don't understand this, I'm trying to make a point. If I'm standing on my ground that I believe in this beautiful book that I have here, and I'm sharing with you who we are according to the Bible, and then, you know, it reflects on my DNA. Well, my DNA says that I technically descend from these people that are in the Bible. So go kick rocks, and I'm gonna stand ground on that shit. You want to push me away? Well, hey, fuck it. I guess I am on my own. Let's go.
Since the late Paleolithic. Our 1BM343, first formed somewhere in northern Iran or southern Central Asia, is believed to have migrated to the Fertile Crescent for herding. It is hypothesized that about 10,500 years ago, they probably domesticated cattle with tribes with YDNAJ2. R1B, a descendant of mammoth hunters who lived in the vast Siberian plains, began hunting other large game, such as bison and auroch, when the mammoth went extinct. Around 10,000 BCE, the game starts to decline as the population grows in the Fertile Crescent. Instead of aggressively hunting wild animals, they began domesticating aurochs, boars, and goats. Analysis of cattle DNA showed that today's living Bos taurus came from a population of only about 80 aurochs. Evidence of domestication of cattle goes back to the pre-pottery Neolithic culture around 8500 BC. The oldest archaeological sites showing signs of livestock breeding are in the Fertile Crescent. The villages of Kayona Tepesi in the southeastern part of Turkey and the town of Jada el Mughara in the northern part of Syria. These two villages are only 200 kilometers away. Pigs and cattle were raised in Kayona Tepesi. This is where pigs were first domesticated.
Now you guys get an idea of what the fuck we're talking about. Some historical diagrams of who our people are. Let me do this right here. Yeah, I'm going to skip this because I've showed you guys already that shit. I don't even want to go through that. I want to get to this point right here. Let's go. I mean, the name of Aymara. Okay. Well, why is that important? Let me go back here real quick. Because of this. Some books that I have here. This is from, and I don't remember this family. I'm going to go fast on this because I don't have the actual memory of the book. It may be the ones that I'm going to show you, but I don't remember. It says here, Huiracocha, de los reinos del Eufrates y el Tigris han venido a América en época remota los quechuas y aymares, okay? Now that's what the so-called DNA says that I am from. And it shows the R1B of where that region originates, like where they majorly populated. Now it says here that they come from that region, Euphrates, the same area that we just looked at in regards to, you know, the map, the video. Then it says, pobladores principales de Tehuantincillo. Esta rotunda afirmación descansa en un hecho científico. Los idiomas quechuas y aymara provienen del sumero y del asirio.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Okay, so it says that my tribe, my bloodline, my DNA comes from that region based on the way that they speak. And I'm just noticing the DNA concept and where they say R1B is from. And I'm showing you where I'm from, where it says I'm from. And why do I know these things in the Bible? I'm not no agent. Okay, I wasn't no scholar. I didn't go to college. Just one day, the Most High said, boom, that's it, done, wake up. That was it. That was it. If you believe in the Bible, then you should know what I'm talking about. Then it says, patentizado el estrecho parentesco de ambos grupos lingüísticos, el asiático y el americano. Un reguero de luz ha disipado las obscuridades, brumas del pasado. So it says here, la unidad de expresión del pensamiento conservada después de tantos siglos como han transcurrido desde que los hombres de la Mesopotamia inmigraron a América, ¿sí? No ha podido ser por su naturaleza un hecho aislado. Ha debido traer consigo identidades y semejanzas en la creencia y costumbres, en los conocimientos y artes de esos pueblos, capaces por sí solas de revelar su común origen. Por más que hoy los contemplemos separados por la inmensa cuenca del Pacífico, sin saber aún cuándo ni cómo pasaron de un continente de oro. Okay, so now we have an idea of Aymar, right? It goes right here. A las lenguas quechua y aymaras proceden del hebreo y del caldeo, same region where that comes from, all right? And I'm just throwing you real quickly that tribe, quechua or aymara. It says it again right here. And if you guys really want these books, just hit me up later. I'll get them. Trust me, I'm just going kind of fast. La misma pista sigue en un tal Rudolf Falk que en su opúsculo, I think that's Latin. Las lenguas índanas o andinas, en su relación con el grupo lingüístico semita, hace comparación entre el aymara y quechua y el hebreo, de las cuales lenguas son y relativamente sorprendentes. So una vez más, So once again, dice aquí, aymara, el día, hebreo, la luz, quichua, pakar, la mañana, hebreo, boker, la mañana. I guess the words, what they mean. En aymara, uro equals el día. Hebreo, la luz. Quechua, pakar equals la mañana. En hebreo, boker, la mañana. You see that? So that's very, is that what is it? Oh shit! Oh man, oh my God, what's the damn name of that tribe? Oh shit! I'll remember. It's a Caribbean tribe, bro. I can't remember the name, man. Here's another one. It says here, el doctor Pablo Patrón dice también que las razas quechua y aymara han fundado una civilización en las yunares del Eufretes. Entonces, todos estos rastros prueban que los indios ni son oriundos del Perú, como sostienen muchas personas, llegando a asegurar que han brotado de la tierra, como los hongos, like the natives here. Like, oh, we've been here 50,000 years already. Like, bro, what are you, like, just fucking herbs that just came out of the ground? No, come on, bro. You came from somewhere. And if you want to use the scientific or Latin concept of where you came from, well, then you're going to have to embrace the Siberian shit that the Wobbles use. But then the Wobbles need to although shut the hell up, because if they're going to embrace the Siberian shit, then that's going to mean that they're Africans. You get what I'm saying? You're toast. You're toast. You're toast. It says, más aceptable sería la procedencia israelita de los indios. All right, so again, this is just an idea of the word, but we're going to continue. So you're wondering why I say what I say, or what I do, or why I eat, or whatever. Hey, man, well, it's in my DNA, bro. That's why I know what I know. This is from another book here, just to make it real quick. It's a really nice one. It's called, let's see, El Pueblo Hebreo, por Julia Rosas Delany, okay? Let me just go to page 14. Dice aquí. Ni el Cusco, la brillante corte de los incas, se escapa de estas filiaciones filológicas. Yo he presumido que trajo su origen de la antigua ciudad de Osca, de Aragón, o de Andalucía, y así como Osca se llama luego Huesca o Huesca, mudando la O en U y se añadió la G. Así en el Cusco se añadió al principio la C y los indios hablaban con perfección y le llamaban Cosco. All right, so it says here. Pero sí estas filiaciones son ingeniosas. No lo son menos las que corresponden a las lenguas quechua y aymara, que proceden del hebreo y del caldeo. ¿Ok? Así resulta al menos en muchos vocablos que tienen idénticas. So in their pronunciation of words, for example, los vocablos México, Perú, cacique, sinato, canoa, macana, ana o raca vienen de los hebreos. Un ejemplo, masi, para. So for example, instead of México is masi. Instead of Perú is para. Instead of cacique is acautín. Instead of sinato, it's sinail. Instead of canoa, it's canon. Instead of macana, it's maca. Instead of ana, is ana. And instead of raka, it's raka or ruach maybe, or raka, right? Now, check this out. Hey, Tupac, Shakur, anyways, I'm not going to say that because, you died. But I was never your name. So stop lying, man. My mama told me I was Indian. Shut up. Tupac viene de Topa o Tobi, familia de Israel. Y a los lectores que observen que uno es Tupac y el otro Tobi, contesta el autor que mudarse la O en U fue muy fácil. We can see some real things. Here, even in this book, here, right? Es claro que mediante él no sería imposible hallar profundas analogías entre las lenguas y aún los dialectos del Nuevo Mundo con los de todas las naciones sin aceptar los pueblos bárbaros de África. If you guys look like Africans and you were here, then they wouldn't have said that shit. So let's begin. Now, brothers and sisters, I know you guys understand this, man, and you probably think this is a joke, but let's begin, man. So we're going to go to, excuse me, I'm going to talk about some franjas, fringes. So you guys know where to find this one? Pretty simple. It's not a difficult thing to do. All right, let's go to number 15 real quick, in case you guys don't know. Check this out. Now, Babos, how come you don't express this? Just once the BHI told y'all and shit, but we had it in our custom for a long time. Here number says, and I won't read too much, just for the sake of time. It talks to the children of Israel, and the Most High bids them to wear fringes upon the borders of their garments. Okay? Fringes on the borders of their garments. So keep that in mind about the fringes on the borders of their garments. We understand that here in Mexico, or at least in the Centrals, we have fringes, or at least we have something called rebozos, like a traditional Mexican garment. Now, what is a rebozo? Here, I'll give you guys an example of what a rebozo is. And again, we're going to go into, you guys say you Wabo say you're the original, and now you say you're Hebrews too. Okay. Let's see if you show this. Rebozo mexicano. Okay. Rebozo mexicano. You see this, family? Rebozo mexicano. With fringes. With fringes. Now that is in our clothing. Okay? Also, or even these right here. Check this out. Huipeles, sorry. These right here. Boom. Look at that. Now, some of them have more fringe than others. Typically, they traditionally don't anymore. But I'm sure, and I'm very sure, that after some time, they stopped putting them there. But you could see the fringe and the garments and the colors going across at the border of the garment. The Bible said put a ribbon of blue on top of it. It definitely told you also to put fringes on your clothing. I don't know why it took me there. You see the fringes. Huapilis. Okay, now, again, we're going to go through some of these things to see if you in here too. This is a Latino America clothing. Look, I've never, ever have seen like people like that. And yeah, como, you know, like all of that stuff and shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean, bro? So that's Guapiles, again, family. It's not difficult. You know, I think we understand that part. Now, one thing that I want to show you. Let's move on. And I'm going to come back to it too. So we have something called cilantro. Now, Wobbles, I know you just don't know this. You just don't know this. So look, here's the most beautiful part. So cilantro happens to be coriander seed. Okay? Now, you're probably wondering, like, well, what does that mean? What does that do? Well, we are very familiar with cilantro and coriander seed. Okay? We are. I don't know about you Wobbles. Now, you're saying that you guys are the people of here. Are you saying that we stole this shit from you too? Give me a break. Give me a break. Exodus 16:31. It says here, and the house of Israel called the name thereof manna. It was like the coriander seed. Oof. White. And the taste of it was like wafers made with honey. So as you can see, the coriander seed, if you let it grow, it is a plant like cilantro. Okay? It's here clearly that manna looked like coriander seed. And it tasted like wafers, kind of like tortilla in a sense. Now, I've seen tortillas, in case you don't know. Check this out. Tortillas de cilantro. See that right there? Tortillas con cilantro. Right? Now, the Bible says that coriander, I mean, it's in there. Bitter herbs and spices. Coriander is a bitter herb, in case you don't know. In case you don't know. So now let's go to another verse. Because manna here is described as like a small coriander seed. And it says being pale yellow like, right? So obviously when you see the people getting together, they would ground it together into a flour. And then they would do what? Boil it maybe and make tortillas. Or like say they would bake with olive oil as well. Now we know that coriander, as we've seen, comes from it's cilantro. Now, my understanding, and thank you, brother, for helping me for this knowledge. Thank you, brother. You know who I'm talking to. Comes from the Coriandrum sativum plant. Okay? Now, this plant is a very, very popular plant amongst our gente, among our people. You telling me we stole this shit from you too, Wabo? And somehow, some way it's in the Bible. So we're going to steal it from you so then we can claim that we're the Hebrews at the end? Shut your ass up. The manna, Numbers 11 and 7. The manna was a coriander seed. The color thereof was a color of bethyllium. And the people went about and gathered it and ground it in mills and beat it in a mortar and baked it in pans and made cakes of it. Now, in case you guys don't know, our people have not stopped using mills, mortars, or baked or being, made on pans, right? Now, in case you don't know what one of these mortars are, it's like here, I'll show you. Concordance. Let me see the mortar here. A mortar, right? Or a mill. A mill is a millstone, a pulverizer, so to speak, right? So let's see if I can get it in Spanish. Spanish 8. Números 11:8, el pueblo iba y lo recogía y lo molía entre dos piedras de molino, o lo machaba en el mortero, o lo hervía en el caldero y hacía tortas con él. In case you guys never had any tortas, bro, like, you know what I mean? Gorditas, güey. Y tiene el sabor de tortas cocinadas en aceite. Okay? Now, in case you guys don't know, let me show you guys something. What is a millstone? Millstone. All right. A millstone is this right here. It's like a grinder. You know what I mean? Two rocks, right? The old traditional way. You see that millstone with the hand, right? You spin it around. Okay, like that. You put the stuff in the middle, and then you just spin it around. You know what I mean? You spin it around, right? Okay. Well, think about this for a second. Watch this. Metate. Boom. What is a metate right there? It's the same concept. You see that right there? It's the same concept. Now, this one happens to be flat. This one happens to be round. The concept is two rocks, two stones put together and ground, right? This is how you make the dough. This is how they broke down and maybe ate manna. The seed would fall. They would pick it up, chop, ground it, and make stuff out of it. Coriander seed. Cilantro is really good, family, in case y'all don't know. It's very, very good. Now, think about this for a moment. How in the world, Wobbles, how in the world could we steal this shit from you too? Make it make sense. Now, I know I'm hurting some people's feelings. You know what I mean? And I know, and by the way, if you guys are typing in, bro, don't worry about it, man. Oh, don't worry about it. You guys are good. Go ahead and I'll read it right now. Give me a second. I just want to get to this. What? Quiet, dude. Come on, bro. What's going on with this thing here? It's not letting me function. Let's see here. Hold on a second. It's funny. Okay, here it goes. So if you're saying we also, we stole everything from you. We stole your food, we stole your clothing, we stole your language, you know what I'm saying? I guess, you know what I mean? I guess we stole this shit too. So I'm going to show you guys this way. It's a very nice book. The Aztec Man and the Tribe. Okay, it's a short book. I have the hard copy, but it's been ripping on me. So I was forced to use this here. But I just want to show you an example. And again, what better way to show people who you are than by showing who you are? You see this? Metate, right? Right? The Aztec kitchen. At the left, the woman grinds the corn. At the right, the woman shapes the corn cake. Tlaxcalli. In the center is comal or metate, on which corn cakes are baked. But that's not all. Now, check this out. Egyptians making bread from a mural at Thebes and dated 1900 BC, I'm sorry. The meal is ground in a stone mortar, and the unleavened bread, which is corn, is baked on a flat oven. The baked bread is illustrated in two circles. Now, why is it saying that? Why is that in this book? Because of this. The same thing. You see the mortar? You see hanging on? You see this matete right here? You see this comal right there? The Aztec girl being instructed by her mother in the art of making corn cakes. She grinds on a stone mortar. The circle in front represents the baking device. On the wall are the baked cakes from the Codex Mendoza. Isaiah chapter. Oh, sorry, my bad. You know what I'm saying? What's up? That's what it is, bro. Casquille, bro. Damn it. I should have looked in there. My bad, dude. My bad, bro. That's what it should have been. That's what it should have been. My bad, dude. My bad. The Assyrian belief also shows them wearing bolsters and feathers. Yep. I think I have it, man. I think I have it. The Maggie's two pyramids Polaroids is similar to the Caribbean Arwagua. Ooh, I want to see that picture, bro. What book is that? Hugo, you know what? Those pictures that I have, I was kind of on the fly. if you really want that info, you see the email on the bottom, email me, and I will dig the names for you, bro. Promise you. Go to pass on the cheese. Give me the gotta pass on the cheese. All right, so then we get to see Kumal or now you're probably wondering like, well, is that in the Bible? Yeah, it is in the Bible, dog. It's in the Bible, dog. You gotta have fun with this, bro, because if it's yours, you gotta have fun with it. Leviticus 6:21. Check this out. Kyle, check it. In a pan it shall be made with oil, and when it is baked, thou shalt bring in it, right? And the bacon piece of the meat offering shall offer in a sweet savior. So now, if you look at it in let's see this translation here, because I have it in a different one. Let's see, it is be mixed with oil. Let's see, 6:21. Let me see. Yeah, it is to be mixed with oil and cooked in a griddle, and then crumbled and presented in and pleasing to the Lord. I'm sorry, I was looking at something else too. Here it goes right here again, cooked on a griddle. Leviticus 7 and 9, I think that's 2 right here. Leviticus 7 and 8, the skin of an animal offered as a burnt offering belongs to the priest who offers a sacrifice. Every grain offering that has been baked in an oven or prepared in a pan or in a griddle belongs to the priest. So what's the griddle? What's a griddle? Let's see what a griddle is. Griddle in the Bible. What does a griddle look like? That right there. See? Un comal. Just like that. Un comal is. It's not complicated. It's not complicated at all. As a matter of fact, it's not complicated at all. And why do you think when you go to Hosea 7 and 8, it says, the Lord says, the people of Israel are like a half-baked loaf of bread. What? Am I looking at that one? Ephraim is a neutered bread and a griddle. Oh, it's translated different. Ah, I see. Que chistoso. Yeah, caked in the earth. Yeah, interesting. All right, so now let's move on. Oh, hold on a second. Griddle from the Middle East. The griddle from the Middle East. Oh, shoot. Wow, man, come on. Damn, bro. Y'all getting cut. Too bad. But that's like TJ shit right there. You know what I'm saying? It's heavy duty. Now, you guys wonder about carne asada? It's in the Bible too. What are you saying, Wobbles? You guys saying we stole that shit from you too? Are we that good, man? Are we that good? Exodus 12 and 8, it says, and they shall eat the flesh the same night, roast with fire and unleavened bread. With sour herbs they shall eat it. Or if you want to do it this way, and they shall eat the flesh at night, roast with fire and unleavened bread and bitter herbs, they shall eat it. So you get roast like fire, and you roast carne asada, and then you know what I mean? You eat it with unleavened bread, meaning like a flat bread, like a tortilla, and then you put some, pico de gallo. You know what I'm saying? It's not complicated. And in case you guys don't understand what unleavened means, here, I'll help you. Unleavened is what? Let me see if I can do it here. I'll show you something. Because we don't lie in this channel, and we prove everything. Facts tell, stories sell, man. Come on, bro. Why you computed with it? So let's go to Exodus. Exodus 12. All right. We're gonna look at some concordance real quick, bro. Let's educate ourselves real quick here. So we got unleavened bread, right? Unleavened. Let's go to concordance H4682. What does it say?
Strong's H4682. Matzah.
Say that again, man. Say that again, my brother. Say that again. Say it out loud. Say it loud for the people in the back.
Strong's H 4682. Matzah. Matzah.
Masa. Cakes. Like how they say it in Puerto Rico and the islands, they call them pasteles. Unleavened bread. In case you didn't know that. Okay. Check this out real quick. Let me show you a picture of, give me a second right here. Boom. So we have the concept of corn, the origins of agriculture. When hunter-gatherers abandoned their nomadic life. Now, the R1Bs were considered hunter-gatherers too. And here we see the corn is a big deal. And you know what's also interesting, family? The turkey. The turkey. Oh, that's going to be a good one too. Oh, and you know what else is in the Bible? Cactus is in the Bible. Oh, you can't mess with me, bro. Y'all, you guys have no idea what the hell you woke up. Y'all done pissed me off. Listen, just the way I've been decimating BHI, I'm gonna decimate Wobbles. I'm gonna take your spirit and make sure you shove that shit down your own throat. Forever fucking with our culture. Forever thinking this was your shit. Excuse my language, by the way. 2 Samuel 17:28, it says, brought beds and basins and earthen vessels and wheat and barley and flour and parched corn and beans and lentils. Beans. When in the world, or are you trying to say we stole that from you too? Is that the case? Is that the bottom line now? Is that what we're going to come to? So far, I've given you guys, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things in the Bible so far representing who you are. Okay? We got beans here now. Now let's move on to something else too. I know this is probably going to catch you guys off guard, but check this out right here. Genesis 11:5 says that we remember the fish we did eat in Egypt, for not the cucumber, the pepins, meaning the pepinos. Or the pepinos is cucumber. Let me see. Hold on a second. Let me read it this way. We remember the fish which we did eat in Egypt freely, the cucumber, the melons, the leeks. That's like the end of the onion. As for the green color, the onions and the garlic. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, so now, in case you guys don't know, this is ceviche right here. And you're like, nah, there's no way. Yeah, yes way. Yes way. So it says, we remember the fish, right? We ate freely. This is fish right here, okay? We remember the cucumber. This is pepinos right here, okay? We remember the melons. This is melones right here, okay? We remember the leeks. Well, in this case, we might have made some adjustments because we're now using cilantro. Partially looks the same, or leeks gives you that herb taste. And then it says, and the onions and the garlic. So some people use garlic on ceviche and some people don't. I personally do. Ceviche de melón. So once again, we remember the fish. We did it freely in Egypt. The cucumbers, the melons, and the leeks, and the onions, and the garlic. Another beautiful thing that the Most High has done for us is the concept of, let's move on now, because I'm just kind of, hitting points. I'm hitting points. The concept of harvesting. In case you guys don't know, harnessing the power of indigenous knowledge in the regenerative agriculture. Harnessing the power of indigenous knowledge in the regenerative agriculture. I'll read a little bit. It says here that the understanding and essence of indigenous wisdom, the embracing holistic ecosystem management, right? The building traditional practice of modern regenerative agriculture. You see this right here. This was something our people knew what to do, how to do. Because we understood that based on the, well, we understood it. We were taught these things. And it's also in the Bible. You see, there is a system and a process of how you grow. Like, for example, here, at the heart of the indigenous knowledge system lies a profound understanding of the interdependence of all living entities and the importance of nurturing the importance of nurturing a harmonious relationship with nature. Indigenous practices such as, agroforestry, intercropping, and rotational farming naturally embody the principles of regenerative agriculture. These methods showcase an intrinsic respect for the natural world, honed through millennia of careful observation and adaptation of the environment. Now, you guys are like, well, okay, I'm going to show you. Thank you, bro, again, for these verses. Let's go to Exodus chapter 23. It says 10 and 11. It says the laws about the Sabbath and festivals. The 6th year thou shalt sow thy land and gather in the fruits thereof. But in the 7th year, thou shalt let it rest and lie still. This is where you go, the concept of rotational forestry. So you let one section of the earth rest for that whole entire year on the 7th year, and you grow somewhere else. This is already pre-planned, right? So you don't actually go empty 1 year. You're already planning the other land for that year, for that vineyard, because again, we have a method of harvesting. In case you guys don't believe it, you need to study your people. Do you guys understand that? I know it's probably, well, it is legal, but Semilla was created by raza. The actual bud, not just because they said it in movies and shit. This was real stuff. Anyways, let's continue. Leviticus 25 and 3, it says this right here. The 6th year thou shalt sow thy field, and the 6th year thou shalt prune thy vineyards and gather in the fruit thereof. And it talks about in the article regarding vineyards too. But in the 7th year thou shalt be, its year shall be a Sabbath of rest unto the land, a Sabbath for the Lord. Thou shalt neither sow thy field nor prune thy vineyard. We understood these things. We understood these things. We know that during these years of rest, that produce, right, was also to be shared with the poor, the servants, strangers, hired men, livestock, all kinds of things. We were given these instructions from the beginning, family. That's why when you read Leviticus 19, 23, and 24, it even tells you that in the first 3 years of letting the tree grow, you're not even supposed to eat the fruit. You don't even like pluck it. You let it fall on its own. You trim it when needed, but you don't do anything. It's uncircumcised. On the 4th year, you offer to the Lord as a thank you. On the 5th year is when you technically offer to yourself and to the Most High. You enjoy the 6th year as well, and on the 7th at rest. You see what I'm saying? That's why it is important to gather everything on the 6th day, which is like a micro concept of the 7th day rest. The same concept with the earth. Why do you think the Most High sees, or at least has always explained, that we are like trees? We are like trees. Let's continue. Let's go to another topic. Now, I know that you guys probably don't know this, and there's a lot of pushback. I've seen it before with the whole Las Lunas stone. You know what I'm saying? And I never really put too much emphasis on it. This one right here. Give me a second. Right here. Like they scraped the top off now, right? Most people don't give a shit about it. They don't believe it. Especially natives here that they don't believe in the Bible. They hate the Bible, right? Especially them. No, that's not right. It's been debunked. Yeah, sure. Okay, so you believe you've been here for thousands of years. You were a bug, but you're not a Siberian. That's not what you are, right? Yeah. So both of you guys are playing this stupid game. None of you guys are really being honest with yourselves. That's the problem with y'all, because you don't know where to turn. You trust the white man too much that your science doesn't give you the answers. So let me give you a little bit of the answer. It was prophetic. Woe to the Chaldeans, because they were going to be building on our land. Take these nations, take the spoils, and all the remnant shall be left, right? Because thou, Habakkuk 2:8, because thou hast spoiled many nations, all the remnant of the people shall spoil thee, because of the men's blood, and for the violence of the land of the city, and all that dwell therein. Woe to him that coveteth an evil covetousness to his house, that he may set his nest on high, that he may be delivered from the powers of evil. This is why the 13 colonies expanded. He didn't stay where he needed to. Now, this is the important point. Thou hast consulted shame to thy house by cutting off many people, and hast sins against thy soul. So now check this out. For the stones shall cry out of the wall. For the stone shall cry out of the wall, and the beam of the timber shall answer it. Woe to him that buildeth a town with blood, and establish a city by iniquity. You can take it for a grain of salt if you like. But Habakkuk here is talking about how in this land that they're going to take over and build, that there's going to be a wall, a stone that shall cry out of the wall. Let's move on. Let's move on. Leviticus 11:22. A lot of you guys have been knowing about this. I told you guys before. Even these of them ye may eat, the locust after his kind, the bald locust after his kind, the beetle after his kind, and the grasshopper after his kind. Now we got documentation, books from 1835 to 1860 that says and shows that our people were still eating grasshoppers at that time. Come on, man. Stop lying to yourself, bro. Stop lying. Anyway, let's enjoy this video. Check this out. I'm having fun, family.
Being married to a
do yourself a favor and do our friend a favor. Please hit the like and share. There's no charge for this shit here. It's all for our learning. The word of the Most High, our knowledge that belongs to us, that is on our DNA, shouldn't cost you a damn fucking thing, man. Y'all don't even understand that shit. It shouldn't cost you a thing. Why should our history cost to learn if we've been deprived from it for so many years? It makes no sense to me why people charge their own gente to make money. If you love your people, you would do it for free. You know what you would do? You work your ass off. You would work your ass off to maintain this channel, so to speak. You don't go around asking people for money. Doesn't work that way, man. But anyways, enjoy.
Mexican is not for the weak, okay? Being married to a Mexican is going to put some hairs on your chest because they're going to have you out here trying foods that you didn't even know existed. Going to have you out here trying things that you didn't even know could be a food, okay? For example, my husband and I, when we first moved into this house, mi cuñado just went to Monterrey, and when he came back, he brought my husband jars that look like this. Now, this isn't the jar, because said jar has left our house, but let me explain to you what I found in this jar, okay? So he brought jars like this, and when I said to my husband, what did he bring you? Curious sort of question. My husband goes, take a look. I pop open the jar lid, and what do I behold in said jar, you ask? I see not one, but many little crickets. Yes, you heard that right. You know, the ones that sit outside in the moonlight and shake their little legs and make little weird noises? Crickets. All dead, covered in salt and chili. And I say to my husband, why? Like, on what planet did we get a lizard that I didn't know about that needed this cricket food? And he pops one in his mouth. As he's saying it to me, he goes, and I hear the crunch. The crunch almost sent me back, let me tell you, because the crunch was the same crunch as when you stand on the cricket outside. And I said, no, you didn't just do that. And he said, what? They're really good for you. They've got protein in them. Look, I'm all for it, okay? I'm all for the extra protein, but at some point, we got to draw the bloody line.
I thought that was funny. Let's continue. Let's continue. I got a beautiful one, family, for you. So, in case you don't know, man, my beloved brothers and sisters, this is in the Bible too, right here. Hold on. Hey, let it play, bro. What the hell? Viva Mexico, cabrones! Look at that right there. Now, I know maybe some of you guys don't realize what this is, but I know it's a lot of you guys do. This is actually called tamarindo. And tamarindo is probably one of the most delicious fruits I think, any of us have ever enjoyed. You can eat it raw. You can boil it and then make water out of it like this. And you can use it in particular spice, like certain foods and shit. Man, this is the bomb. Now, it's mainly made or cultivated in Jalisco, Guerrero, and other places, right? So its supposedly origin isn't from here, but its origin, they say, it's of the Middle East. And it's still cultivated in the Middle East, which I find it interesting that they still eat it over there and when we eat it here. Now, why is that important? Why is that important, family? Well, because, I remember back in the day, maybe about a year and a half ago or two, I found this scripture here. And this is a scripture that just blows all BHIs out of the water, completely debunks every single concept that Christianity will ever bring. And this is why they can't explain Abraham. But I'm going to say something with you. There's a reason why the scriptures are in here. Because as soon as I saw this, my learning grew even more in abundance. I kid you not. Isaiah 51:1. Hearken to me, ye that follow after righteousness, ye that seek the Lord. Look unto the rock whence ye are hewn, and to the hole of the pit whence ye are digged. Now, in case you don't know, Abraham came out of the of the Chaldees. I have a map of lineage that is going to show you from his forefathers where he started. Well, his forefathers were actually not keeping the laws of God. It all connects. Look unto Abraham, your father, and unto Sarah that bare you. For I called him alone and blessed him and increased him. Now, what does that have to do with tamarindo, you ask? Because it was our forefather. You see, a tamarindo, when you plant it, it's not for you. It's not for your generation. It takes a while for it to grow. It's for the coming generation. It's for the future. So Genesis 21:33. And it says here, and Abraham planted a grove in Beersheba and called there the name of the Lord everlasting God. Now, here, you don't see the tamarisk tree. So I'm going to take you to a couple translations so you can see. Here's one. Then Abraham planted a tamarisk tree in Beersheba and worshiped the Lord. Now, that's not the only place that we see a tamarisk tree. We also see it in 1 Samuel chapter 22 and verse 6. One day Saul was in Gilead, sitting under a tamarisk tree on a hill with spears in his hand, and all his officers were standing around him. Now, again, we're the ones that are eating chapulines. We are the ones that are loving tamarindo. We're the ones that eat ceviche, carne asada, unleavened bread. We're the ones that have fringes. Man, I got even a beautiful one for you guys too. You wabas can hit the link any day. Any day. I'll pause my class just for your ass to step up. Prove me wrong. Show me that you are the people of this land. And then show me that you are the people of the Bible. And I will debunk both of that shit. That's how sure I am. You messing with my heritage. It's in my DNA. Can't take this shit from me, man. 1 Samuel 31:13. Then they took the bones and buried them under the tamarisk tree in towns and fasted for 7 days. Hold on a second. Hold on. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Now check this out. I got a really nice one for you. Okay, I got a really nice one for you. And a brother reminded me of it, so I thank you, bro. You know what I'm talking about? Let's go to 2 Chronicles, chapter 9, verse 21. It's going to blow your mind right here, all right? So it says here, 2 Chronicles, chapter 9, verse 21. Yeah, 21? Yeah, 21. You see here? Oh, sorry. 9:21 says here, for the king's ships went to Tarshish, with the servants of Haram. Hold on a second. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do it in blue letter because I'm going to show you a concordance. Concordance. Yeah, let me close some of these windows. Here goes right. So let's explore this one here, okay? For the king's ships went to Tarshish with the servants of Haram. Every 3 years, once came the ships of Tarshish, bringing gold, silver, ivory, and apes, and peacocks. Peacocks, you say, right? Peacocks. Okay. Wobbles, you tell me if this is you. Ain't nobody teaching me shit. This is spiritual stuff, man. H8500. What does it say? Peacock, baboon, I guess ape, right? Here we go.
Strong's H8500, Tukiyim, and second entry, Tukiyim, and third entry, Tukiyim. Strong's H8500, Tukiyim, and second entry, Tukiyim, and third entry, Tukiyim.
All right, I did it twice, so we don't miss a beat. Okay, don't miss a beat. Now, I got this interesting page, and I'm going to show you guys. So it means peacock, tukiyin, or tuki, right? Tukiyin. The yim is from the Yiddish shit, so don't feed too much into that. It's technically tuki. The yin is Yiddish, and that shit's fake. Yeah, I said it. Well, I said it. So what? I am Semitic. Damn it. Can't take shit there from me. Can't take that from me, man. Hold on a second, family. I'm going to show you this real quick. Tukim, right? Did I take a picture of it? Damn it, I know I did. Give me a second here. I didn't. I did. I know I did. Oh, I did. What? Hold on. I got you. Okay, so apparently and I was reading some material for you guys yesterday. The other class, right? And this was interesting. So remember what it says in regards to the word. Okay, one more time, please.
Strong's H8500, Tukiyim, and second entry,
excuse me,
Tukiyim, and third entry, Tukiyim.
So we see as Tuki, right? Tuki. Okay, check this out. This is from the book called Jews in America, History between 1492 and 1950. Let's read it from the top. Actually, we'll start where it says Columbus. Page 9, by the way. It says, Columbus saw that the setting was not that anticipated one of the India, so they sailed on to Cuba. Here again, Luis de Torres went first because he was the interpreter, understood Hebrew, Chaldaic, and Arabic, and other languages as he had held Spanish government. So we knew this, right? Supposedly they were looking for the Great Khan. Now we know this is total bullshit now. But check this out. The word Tuki. Instead of the Great Khan, Torres saw natives smoking tobacco. He also saw strange birds, which he called Tuki. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Tuki, like this one, like this one here. Tuki, right? Remember, there's a Yiddish at the end.
Strong's H8500, Tukiyim, and second entry, Tukiyim, and third entry, Tukiyim.
So this word ended up becoming Turkey later on. He also saw strange birds, which he called Tuki, the Hebrew word for peacock. The word Tukiyim or Tuki, it's not Yiddish, idiot, was later corrupted and became our modern word Turkey. 1 Kings 10, Job 39, 1 Chronicles 9:21. Once again, Tuki, did I make this up? Are you saying, Wobbles, that was you? Really? And remember the map I showed you regarding the origin? That's why I showed you that map initially. You know what I'm saying? This one right here. Because it actually says Turkey. You see? Turkeys. You see where the turkeys were? So when the Spaniards showed up, Swarty and light skin, they said, hey, what's that animal? And we said, Tuki. Tuki. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on. Here, I'll give you a decent one. Let's go with this one here. This is just to show how if you're saying that you're also people of the Bible and you're claiming that supposedly you are also the people here, well, the Bible says that the books say that the people here had long, straight hair, black, like goat hair. And the Bible says that King David, also had goat hair. 1 Samuel 19. And Samuel sent messengers to take David. She said, he is sick. And Saul sent the messenger again to see David, saying, bring him up to me in the bed, that I may slay him. And when the messengers come in, behold, there was an image in the bed with a pillow of goat hair for his bolster. Interesting. Wobbles, you guys don't have goat hair. The only way you can get close to goat is by buying it from somebody from India. And that's not goat hair, but it's their hair, which is kind of even weirder shit, to be honest with you. Once again, you're saying you're the people of the Bible and you're saying you're the natives of this land, and I'm telling you, people of this land, there's natives here that understand what I'm talking about, that you technically could be these people too. That's why they're trying to stake they want to stake at your stake. They want to be you because they know how valuable you are, but you don't know how valuable you are. So once again, Psalms 133, it is like a precious ointment upon the head that ran upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garment. Explain that to me, BHI or Wobbles. Your beard don't grow down. It grows like around and shit, like a mushroom. And then your sister, the women. And I'm not talking about fake hair either. You can't be buying that shit and then say you're in the Bible. It's not the way it works. John 12:3. Then took Mary a pound of ointment of spikenard, very costly, and anointed the feet of the Meshiach, and wiped his feet with her hair. Explain that to me. It's very difficult when you start wondering. You're like, how is that possible? How can you guys believe this stuff? This is nonsense. For example, this one, Songs of Solomon 1:6. It says, look not upon me because I am black, because the sun had looked upon me. So she's basically saying, don't look at me because I'm dark, because you know what I'm saying? The sun didn't tan in me. That's why the verse 5 says, I am black, but calmly. And she's talking to the women. If you guys are saying this is Solomon, what is he, a schizo? What the fuck, is he talking to himself? Oh, I'm black and calmly. Look at me. Yeah, looking in the mirror, bro. Like, that's gay. Look not upon me because I am black, because the sun had looked upon me. I mean, shit, man. What about this one? Again, I'm just trying to, put some things in perspective here. You say you're the people. BHI Wobbles, explain this to us. And when Aaron, Exodus 34:30, and when Aaron and all his children, we're talking about long-beard Aaron, and all his children of Israel saw Moses, behold, the skin of his face shone, and they were afraid to come nigh. Like the skin of his face shone. What is that? What does the word shone mean? Shone is Quran. Shine. How do you shine if you're dark? What, you got oil and shit?
Strong's H 7160. Quran. Quran.
I don't get it.
Second entry. Quran. Quran.
So, since we're talking about complexion, and explain this to me too. Going back and forth. Saying. Isaiah 29:22. Therefore, thus say the Lord, who redeemed Abraham, once again, my forefather. I don't know if you guys can agree with your forefather. I'm only going to say mine because a lot of you guys don't believe. Concerning the house of Jacob, Jacob shall not now be ashamed. Neither shall his face now wax pale. What the hell? Now, wax pale. If you're black, how can you tell if you're pale? Can you answer that to me, BHI? You that likes to trick our people with that stupid ass chart? How can a dark-skinned man wax pale? Can't even tell he's pale.
Strong's H 2357.
White.
Chaver.
White. To be white.
Chaver.
To be white. To be white.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
What the hell, man? What's wrong with you guys? This is why when you don't study and you let these idiots tell you guys and you get ashamed of who you are and you don't know who you are at the same time, yeah, you'll be baffled and confused. And you'll be afraid to study and learn because you don't believe. You think that, you know what I mean? You think that you really came out of, I don't know, some fucking monkey from 7 million years ago. Like, seriously. So-called evolution. Daniel 5:6 says, then the king's countenance was changed, and his thoughts troubled him, so that the joints of his loins were loosened, and the knees smote one against another. So he was scared. Now, if you look at countenance, it says ziv, or ziv, or however you say it.
Strong's H 2122. Ziv.
Eve.
Ziv.
Eve. It seems countenance, brightness, 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 brightness. How can his countenance be turned into brightness if you're dark-skinned? Became pale. H 2122. The plural use of bright, color of the face. His color changed upon him. He became pale. Wobbles, how the hell do you guys even know? Come on, bro, for real. Man, this is crazy. You know, I will say this. I'm going to say this to you. I expected more people to watch because I'm giving some heavy ass duty stuff, you know, and to be honest, I'm surprised it's so less. That's why I tell you that a lot of you people don't give a shit of who you are. You just want debates or you want the good news or some shit. I'm giving you some deep stuff, bro. And there's only a few people. If I was arguing with some wobble BHI, there'd be more people watching, bro. It's so pathetic, bro. That's why I already know a lot of y'all gonna be burnt, and I don't care. Good. Maybe you learn your lesson. I think this is a joke. You don't even realize how many years your gente has been like, fuck, man. All the stuff that's been going on for hundreds. If you just knew how much history they took away from you. Nahum 2:10, it says, she is empty and void and waste, and the heart melted, and the knees smite together. Much pain is in all loins. The face of them are gathered blackness. This is interesting. Gathered blackness. But blackness is also something else. Check this out. I'm going to show you. Because this is going back to so-called color. Oh, no, that's not it. That's not the one I wanted. I wanted this one. This one way. Nahum 2. Nahum 2:10, it says here, blackness, and blackness means technically the, let's see this real quick. Glow, anxiety, flush, illuminated, something kind of like pale, right? Not too far off. Now, when you get closer to these definitions, Jeremiah 35:6, and it says here, paleness on the bottom. Let me read it. Jeremiah 30:6, it says, as ye now and see whether a man doth travail with child, wherefore do I see every man with his hands on his loins, and as a woman in travail, and all the faces are turned into paleness? Check this out. Paleness is Yeracon, H3420, and it means mildew, paleness, right? You're like, oh, interesting. Very, very interesting, because we also get this in Deuteronomy 28. And these wobbles don't even know this. And you don't even know this either, but you're technically in this. So once again, Deuteronomy 28:22 talks about smitten. It says here, and the Lord shall smite thee with a consumption, and with a fever, and with inflammation, and with a extreme burning, and with the sword, and with a blasting, and with a mildew. Let's go to mildew. H34. Sounds familiar? Because it is. Mildew is also paleness. So if you're black skinned, how can you be pale? There's no way. No way, Jose. There's no way, Jose. Let's move on. Now, another thing. And again, I'm just shooting real fast, man. You guys, a lot of you guys don't even give a shit anyways. But this is for the people that do, for the beloved that do. Exodus 3:5, it says, and he said, draw not high and thither, put off thy shoes from off thy feet. So you're thinking shoes, well, you know, shoes is
Strong's H 5275. Na'al. Na'al.
Now sandals, in case you guys don't know, they're made out of different things. Let me show you guys a picture real quick. Just moving on. We're all moving on now. Moving on now. Here we go. Sandals right here. This is from a dictionary book I got. It says sandals, a sole of wood, leather, or plated material, bound to the foot with straps. The shoe of the Bible, not worn in the house nor in holy places. Exodus 3:5, Deuteronomy 15:9, Joshua 5:15. Now, you're wondering, like, why is that important? Sandalias de Mexico. We all know about these famous shoes in Mexico, family. Right there. We know about these famous shoes. Leather with the bottom sole. Those are sandals. Exodus or Deuteronomy. Let's go to Deuteronomy 15:9. Deuteronomy 15:9. And it says right there, beware that there be no thought in thy wicked heart, saying the 7th year. Hold on, let me take this out. I can't even read it. Deuteronomy 15:9, it says here, beware that there be not a thought in thy wicked heart, that's the mind, saying that the 7th year, the year of release is at hand, and thy eye be evil against thy poor brother, and thou giveth him not. And wait, is this it? Is this sandal? Dude, what's going on, bro? Get it together, bro. Get it together. I think it's 5:15. My bad. I made a mistake. Okay. Here it goes. And the captain of the Lord's host said unto Joshua, loose thy shoe off thy foot. Loose thy shoe off thy foot. Here, we'll do it in this way. Shoe, sandal. Take your sandals off. It's not a big deal. You know what I mean? It's not a big deal. But this one is a big deal. Genesis 40:17. You see, you're all over the book. You just don't know it. Genesis 40:17 says, In the top basket, there were all kinds of baked goods for the king, and the birds were eating them. You see this right here? These are baskets. These are baskets. Mexican baskets made out of reed. Now, if you understand reed in Palestine, I'm just using that as a general. Reed baskets. Okay. Reed basket reeds. All right. See this right here? See?
You.
Take it or leave it. It's up to you. I don't force nothing down your throat, bro. I'm tired of doing that shit. You guys either get it or you don't. It's that simple. I mean, we can even go back to pottery, but you know, pottery is kind of generalized all over the world, so it's, you know what I mean? Yeah, I guess it does matter, but I'm not going to be stretching too much on that. I got some more to show you. Let me close this window here. This is one, man. It blew my mind right there. The tamarindo. Matter of fact, it's in Enoch as well. Tamarind is in Enoch as well. Okay, you guys can look it up. Let's go to, let's see. Let's go to this page right here. Again, this is not a stretch, but you know what I mean? This is well known here in the Americas. 1 Samuel 20 and 30. And when the lad was come to the place of the arrow which Jonathan had shot, Jonathan cried out at the lad and said, is not the arrow beyond thee? The arrow. What did they know about us here? What weapon?
Strong's H 2678. Chitzi. Gesenius Lexicon. Chetzi. And Chatzi.
No different. Just going over some things real quick. Now you have also the Egyptian arrow. See? Then again, you know, arrows are used everywhere too. It's kind of a stretch. Not really. We all know that I've done a lot of these class. Well, actually, you guys can see the class that I did on smallpox. I don't got to touch too much on that. That's in Deuteronomy 28. We all know that. Now, one thing that you guys don't understand is it only happened to you guys here. No black person or white person can say that it happened to them. Did they bring it? Yes, they did. Did it come from Africa? Yes, it did. Smallpox came from Africa. Frenchpox came from Northern Europe, you know, the gringos. So the blacks brought smallpox, the whites brought Frenchpox. Same shit. No hard feelings. But payback's a bitch. Deuteronomy 28:27, it says, and thy carcasses, and the Lord shall smite thee with the bots of Egypt, with the emeralds and with the scab and with the itch, whereof thou cannot be healed. Now, we've seen this before, and we know this, right? Yeah. But this is what's very striking to me, because only this happened to Yah. Nobody else. Okay? Isaiah. Come on, spell it right, bro. Isaiah 6. Check this out. One thing we know is that they decimated the majority of our gente, and there was only one, what? They said that 90% of the people were destroyed, correct? Through smallpox and a bunch of other things. Okay. Isaiah 6:11, it says, and then said I, Lord, how long? And he answered, until the cities be wasted without inhabitants, and the houses without man, and the land be utterly desolate. And the Lord have removed men far away, and there'll be a great forsaken in the midst of the land. But yet in it shall be a tenth, and it shall return. So see, there are going to be a tenth of us left. And it shall return, and shall be eaten as a teal tree and as an oak tree, whose substance is in them when they cast out their leaves. So the holy seed shall be as the substance thereof. So technically here, the way that it's explaining it to you guys is like a stump, the stump of the tree. We are still here. Let's move on. Let's move on. Now, you guys understand too about this right here, right? You guys know about Jeremiah 44? In case you guys forgot. Here we see the carnality of the Jews. You see, Judah tends to worship the Queen of Heaven. Okay? And we know that certain people worship the Queen of Heaven. And they have a date for her, December 12th, every year. And a lot of them crawl, supposedly, to ask for forgiveness. Thinking that, you know what I'm saying? That they're going to be helped. Now we know that they make here Jeremiah 44:17. But we will certainly do whatever things go forth out of our own mouths to burn incense unto the Queen of Heaven. Unto the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings. Sorry, it's right here. And to pour out drink offerings unto her, as we have done so, we and our fathers, and our kings, and our priests, in the cities of Judah, in the streets of Jerusalem. You see this? But since we left off to burn incense to the Queen of Heaven, to pour out drink offerings unto her, we have wanted all things and have been consumed by the sword and by famine. And when we burn incense to the Queen of Heaven and poured out drink offerings unto her, we did make her cakes to worship her. Cakes. What is that? Cakes. Something prepared. Cakes. So once again, the Queen of Heaven, right? Not a big deal. We've heard this before. In case you guys don't know. Now here Jeremiah warns the people, right, that they're going to face punishment if they don't repent for idolatry and disobedience. Now, what do you guys think Sumarraga? Because he's the one that invented that concept. Juan Diego nothing appeared on his shirt. This is Sumarraga's teachings, the Jesuit. We know that the Queen of Heaven is a big deal in Mexico because supposedly she is the mother of Jesus. And we know that they love making cakes. And we know that in Mexico, in December 12th, they make pasteles, posadas. They make all kinds of things. They gather wood, right? They make cakes to the Reina de los Cielos. Now, the posadas are a big deal in December, in case you don't know. All right? It's prior to Christmas, in case you guys didn't know this. And they make tortas. They make, what do you call them? Sopes. It's like you make it out of masa. They make, I don't know, like quesadillas de masa, you know what I mean? Like they really go out of their way for these traditional things. In case you didn't know that, they do. Now, if we tie this concept to what I believe is why they use it, is because there was this thing called the weeping woman, and we understood that, okay? That there was such thing as a weeping woman. Now, in case you don't know this, that's also in the Bible. 2 Ezra 10 talks about the weeping woman. If you go real quick to 2 Ezra 10:25, it mentions this here. And it came to pass while I was talking with her, behold, her face upon a sudden shine exceedingly, and her countenance glistered. You see that? Bright, white. So that I was afraid of her and mused what it might be. And behold, suddenly she made a great cry very fearful, so that the earth shook at the noise of the woman. And I looked, and behold, the woman appeared no more unto me, or unto me no more, but there was a city builded. You see this? Verse 27, I looked, and behold, the woman appeared unto me no more, but there was a city builded, and a large place showed itself from the foundations. Then I was afraid and cried with a loud voice and said, so now let's skip real quick. Verse 41, thou sawest the woman mourning, and thou beginnest to comfort her. But now seest thou the likeness of a woman no more, but there appeared unto thee a city builded. Whereas she told thee of the death of her son, this is a solution. This woman whom thou sawest is Zion. And whereas she said unto thee, even she whom thou seest is the city builded, Zion. Okay, now you're thinking, okay, well, what? Check this out. Check this out. Let me close this real quick. Let me close this too. So let's go to let me come back to this page here. We're going to go into this book right here. Hold on. Is it this one? Hold on a second, family. Is it this one? Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm sorry. It is. All right, my bad. Let's see. You go now. Where are you? Hold on a second. Come on, man. What's going on? See something. I don't know what the hell's going on here. It's in here. I know why. Okay. This right here is an interesting book. And I had showed this before to you guys. La Llorona, a spirit unable to rest. So in this book, it actually talks about that. It talks about a concept of a weeping woman. Okay? So now let me see if I can get to it rather quickly. Let's see it. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. Yeah, it goes right here. Here it goes right here, family. It's on page 13. Let me see if I can maximize it. There it goes. Oh, great. All right, on the bottom it says here, all right? It's going to be right there. Check this out. In Aztec Nahuatl, La Llorona becomes Chocani or Cihuacocani. Choca means to cry or to weep. Cihuatl means woman, the crying woman, or the weeping woman, or the mourning woman in mourning, like Zion. The Codex Florentino of Fray Bernardino de Sagahun, General History of Things in the New Spain, says, I recorded the 6 known omen that would announce the fall of an empire. Here is the omen in Nahuatl, followed by its English translation. It says here, oh, sorry. Go back to 13. It says, the 6th omen was that in those days, they heard voices in the air, like a great cry, like a woman who was crying, who would say, oh, my children, we are becoming lost. Other times she would say, oh, my children, where will I take you? This isn't a stretch by any means. Here we see Ezra saw the same thing. A weeping woman crying for Zion. And in our tradition, this weeping woman was the land. And her voice was crying to the children, the Nahuatl, the Mexicas that were dying at the sword and to famine. That's what this was about. You telling me we stole that folklore too? Okay, let's go here then. You telling me we stole this as well?
De la guitarra mía, al despertar la mañana, quiere cantar su alegría a mi tierra mexicana. Yo le canto a tus volcanes, a tus praderas y flores, que son como talismanes del amor de mis amores. México lindo y querido, si muero lejos de ti,